And welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us. Trade deadline is tomorrow. We'll be live for you guys all day tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Take you all the way through the trade deadline, all the way till probably 5 p.m. tomorrow night, breaking down every single trade as it happens, let you know what the machinations of the trade are, who exactly is going to go where, what does this do for them moving forward, what does their long-term future look like, and the team that's giving up the player, does this get them into the lottery, does this get them into the top 5 picks of the draft? We'll break down all of those types of things for you guys tomorrow. But just before we come on the air, we got a huge trade between the LA Lakers, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Utah Jazz. LA just absolutely fleeced both teams, in my opinion, in this trade. But let's break it down. At least there's still some more details coming, but at least on the surface right now, the Lakers did really well in this trade. First and foremost, they got D'Angelo Russell from the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's the big piece in this trade, along with Jared Vanderbilt and Malik Beasley. Beasley's probably going to function as their sixth man off the bench. I have yet to see Patrick Beverley's name in this trade. A little bit surprised because I've heard many times that the Minnesota Timberwolves were very interested in bringing him back if they were to make a trade with the LA Lakers. The other players in this trade for the Minnesota Timberwolves, they are getting Mike Conley as well as draft assets. Those assets being basically 3 second-round picks. The Utah's second-round pick in 25, their second-round pick in 26, and the least favorable of the Wizards' Grizzlies pick in 24. As for Utah, they're going to get a top 4 protected first-round pick from the Lakers and Russell Westbrook. That's just an absolute fleecing by the LA Lakers. Just look at the talent that they're bringing on, and sure, a lot of it is on short-term deals. I get that. D'Angelo Russell is always a risk to leave in free agency because he is in the final year of his deal. They did not get Kyrie Irving here at the deadline. He, of course, was a little bit better player, at least on the court, has a whole bunch of baggage off the court. So in my opinion, this is a more stable trade, in my opinion, for the Lakers. They're able to get Malik Beasley, who's under contract for 1 more year, and Jared Vanderbilt, a very low-cost contract, team-friendly deal that gives them a nice low-post player, somebody who can defend positions from 2, 3, 4, and 5. Really makes them more of a switchable team. They don't necessarily have to play Anthony Davis at the 5 with him on board. They have Thomas Bryant as well to take minutes at that 5 spot. They could continue to add pieces here at the trade deadline because they still have that 2029 first-round pick as well. Surprised, very surprised that they did not have to include 2 first-round picks to get this deal done. There was some other players involved in this deal. The Jazz will also acquire Juan Toscano-Anderson and Damian Jones from the LA Lakers, while the Minnesota Timberwolves are adding Nickeil Alexander-Walker. For the Minnesota Timberwolves, this is about getting them more depth, honestly. They weren't really sure if D'Angelo Russell was going to be able to sign back with the Timberwolves if he reached free agency. That's why they didn't wait until he got there. They went ahead and made their move now, and they get Mike Conley. Gets them a kind of a solid point guard to take the role of of D'Angelo Russell in their system, and now they get a good bench piece, somebody who can be kind of a firecracker off of the bench, in Nickeil Alexander-Walker. But absolutely crazy trade here. Just to start things off as we go on the air, we're watching a little bit of the Boston Celtics and Philadelphia 76ers game right now. Boston leads it by 5 with roughly 2.5 minutes left in the second quarter. But we'll have Kyrie Irving's debut with the Dallas Mavericks live tonight, so you guys can kind of follow along with us tonight. First basketball game of the year that we're doing, so we'll buckle down and see how things go. New look Mavericks team. Welcome in, Sarah. Welcome in, Alberto. If you guys are joining us for the first time, welcome into the Upside Sports Network. Hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN, and we'll break down every single trade as it happens, as I mentioned, and you'll be first to know once we do post a video if you hit that subscribe and follow us on Twitter. But welcome into the Upside. We got a crazy trade here just to start things off. We had some more Lakers news come out earlier today about Russell Westbrook getting into a heated exchange with Darvin Ham. I don't think that had any reason or any impetus on this trade at all. I think Russell Westbrook having scoring his best output in the fourth quarter really kind of helped elevate his trade value in some eyes. But Russell Westbrook's got a huge contract right now, and that's the best asset he has right now going for him. He might even be traded again here at the deadline because you're not going to have to match another salary with him to make another trade here. And the Jazz could go ahead and try to take on long-term salaries from another team and try to acquire further picks with the addition of that salary there. I'm still waiting to see if there's any more pieces involved in this deal. I'm surprised we haven't seen Patrick Beverley's name involved in this. Surprised we haven't seen the 2029 first-round pick involved in this as well. But the Lakers absolutely getting 3 rotation pieces here to help them out at the deadline really is going to help them go forward. I think they'll easily make the play-in tournament right now. Remains to be seen as to how good this team is going to be. LeBron James, of course, didn't finish the game last night after he passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for #1 all-time in NBA scoring. He had an injury to his heel and kind of took him out the last minute or so of the game. But a nice comeback there at the very end by the Lakers, just kind of came up short. But now they should have a little bit more consistent play, especially on the wing and from the point guard position. They're a lot deeper there now. They have, of course, already in-house solutions in Dennis Schroeder, and if they're keeping Patrick Beverley, they have him for depth as well. But now they add in a couple scorers there. D'Angelo Russell to help take some of the scoring responsibility off of LeBron James and off of Anthony Davis, and Malik Beasley. As I mentioned, he's been a sixth man in his career before, and he's going to do that same kind of a role, I believe, in LA. He is under contract for 1 more year after this. The Jared Vanderbilt addition to this trade is absolutely shocking in my mind. I thought they already had a decent front court, but of course you have to wonder about the health of Anthony Davis pretty much every single night. But getting him involved in this deal and not having to include a second first-round pick, just absolutely shocked. Now, as far as the Timberwolves end of this, I get the Mike Conley addition here. I get the Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I get the 3 second-round picks. I just was hoping for a little bit more, I guess, out of D'Angelo Russell. But understandably, he's the piece they're giving up. He's only got, 2 months left on his contract right now. So understandably, you weren't going to get like 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps or anything like that. But I still expected just a little bit more juice out of that orange. But we'll see how things work out the rest of the way here at the deadline. We might even see the Utah Jazz cut some of these players that they're acquiring to make room for other trades that they may make over the next 24 hours. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll break down every single trade. As I mentioned, that happens at the deadline. The Jazz have multiple players available here at the deadline. Here's 3 of them. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't include or didn't trade Jared Vanderbilt in a separate deal to acquire a first-round pick from either the Portland Trail Blazers, the Philadelphia 76ers, or a number of other teams who have expressed interest in him. But Jazz go ahead and get that 2027 first. I guess they think it's going to be a very high draft pick. A little bit surprised that they allowed the Lakers to keep it protected, at least for the top 4 picks, because if they think it's that valuable a pick and they're only willing to take 1 first-round pick, I would have made sure it's completely unprotected. But as of right now, as far as reports go, it shows that pick is going to be top 4 protected. Welcome in, Drake. Timberwolves will never be a good team because of trash trades like that. I don't know about that. I mean, for the Timberwolves end of this, they're basically giving up on D'Angelo Russell for a couple of months, and they're getting back a good point guard. Mike Conley is no longer a great NBA point guard. Don't get me confused at all. But I'm just saying, he's a good representative piece that's going to keep that team right on chugging this year. They weren't exactly playing lights out before this. D'Angelo Russell had a poor start to the season. Really, it started to come on ever since December, though. And he'd been averaging, 20 points a game since the calendar turned to December. And he had really, been a nice spark plug for them without Karl Anthony Towns on the floor for them since he's been out for the better part of the last 2 months. But getting Mike Conley there is going to help kind of keep that boat, afloat, if you will. And then bringing in some bench pieces, which they gave up in that Rudy Gobert trade, was a nice addition here as well. But again, I'm still surprised that they're not getting either a Patrick Beverley back, who's been terrible, don't get me wrong, but as much interest as they have in bringing him in, a little bit surprised that they didn't try to get even more depth out out of this trade by bringing him in, and B, that they didn't get a first-round pick out of the Lakers out of this at all. For the Utah Jazz, I'm just stunned that they gave up all three pieces in this trade and only got the first-round pick back as far as a long-term asset. Maybe the Russell Westbrook contract is that valuable on the open market right now. I'm not saying Russell Westbrook, the player, is. I'm saying Russell Westbrook, the contract, is that valuable right now on the open market because it can pretty much eat any big long-term contract out there, and the Utah Jazz now have the ability to acquire that big long-term horrible contract and get all of the draft assets that they could want to be able to eat that contract on their roster. But Utah's done a great job amassing a ton of picks. Let me just refresh our page here just to see if there's any other details about the trade. It does still like its top 4 protected. Yeah. Just a little bit surprised here that the Jazz settled for a top 4 protected pick, and that's it. Maybe that Russell Westbrook contract might be parlayed in another trade here. I know the Dallas Mavericks are looking to get off of a number of long-term deals on their roster right now, but they're still not trying to gut their team for this season. If they were to do if they were to get rid of all the long-term deals that they have, a JaVale McGee, a Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans, pieces like that, their roster would be very limited going into the postseason this year with Luka and Kyrie. Sure, you could put 3 guys and Luka and Kyrie out of there, and they still might win 2 or 3 games, but they're probably not winning a series without the depth that they currently have on their roster. There's other teams out there as well that could have bad contracts eaten by the Utah Jazz. Looking at you, Atlanta, you have John Collins, who in my opinion is going to have a first-round pick attached to his contract for any team to touch him right now. You can check out our video of last night about why that contract is one of the worst, if not the worst, in the entire sport right now. And then, of course, they have Bogdanovic. He hasn't exactly performed to the level that was expected of him coming in, but to me, he's very similar to a Tim Hardaway Jr. as far as how I view him. Both players are significantly overpaid, yes, but they do still bring something of value to the table. And so I think if they're able to eat both of those contracts, if Utah were to take those contracts off of Atlanta's hands and allow them to go into free agency next year, I think Atlanta might be willing to part with significant assets like an A.J. Griffin, first-round picks, swaps, etc., just to get that type of deal done and then attack free agency this coming season. But we'll see how things go. They could still use them for another trade, like Chicago to get Caruso to the Lakers. I wouldn't buy that at all if I'm the LA Lakers fan base. Look at your guard rotation already. Where would Caruso play? I mean, he's a good player, but you're talking about benching one of the players you just acquired in the trade, say Malik Beasley or a Dennis Schroeder, who's played well for you so far this year. Your guard rotation has been decent. Now you've added 2 important pieces to it. Russell's going to take up 30-plus minutes a game. Beasley's probably going to take up another 25 to 30 minutes a game. Schroeder's going to eat up the rest of the minutes that were left by Westbrook as well. And then, of course, they still have Patrick Beverley. If you were to go out there and acquire a guy like Alex Caruso here at the deadline, sure, he would be a nice piece for you at the deadline, but are you really willing to sacrifice a first-round pick for a piece that wouldn't necessarily give you more than 15 minutes a night at best? I wouldn't do that. If I'm the LA Lakers fan base, I'm looking more at wing help. That's where I still think they need some additions. That's where they could use somebody like a Dorian Finney-Smith that went to the Brooklyn Nets. Somebody like that can take some of the defensive responsibilities off of LeBron James's hands and allow him to rest on defense. That way he can be your offensive force in the playoffs. Now, D'Angelo Russell certainly does take some of the scoring pressure off of LeBron, but the health is always an issue for Anthony Davis. So you got to be aware of your surroundings anyway if you're the LA Lakers, that, hey, you're just one injury away from it literally being the LeBron and D'Angelo Russell show. What are you going to have then? And so bringing in Jared Vanderbilt gives them a good defensive option here. I just think that they need to add one more wing piece here for the LA Lakers. Any update on the reports earlier today that the Blazers and Knicks are talking about a Reddish and Hart swap? We've talked about that a little bit on a few of our other videos, talking about the Portland Trail Blazers and their eagerness to make some trades this trade deadline season, whether it be Yusuf Nurkic or Josh Hart. We know that the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Orlando Magic, and the New York Knicks have all reached out about Josh Hart, as have many other teams around the NBA, including the Milwaukee Bucks, the Phoenix Suns as well. But as speaking specifically about the New York Knicks, Cam Reddish, of course, has been on the block for the better part of a year. Ever since he was acquired, he's never really meshed well on that roster, and he's literally been riding the pine. Now, he's always been known for his offensive potential, but he hasn't really gotten the playing time to prove it, especially over the past year since he's been with the Knicks. Now, as far as a one-for-one trade there with Reddish going one way and Hart the other, I don't think that would happen. I think New York would have to attach some draft assets to get that type of trade done. I think Reddish by himself could probably net the Knicks probably 2 second-round picks at best in a trade, but I don't really see that materializing as of yet, at least as currently constructed. The Knicks have a good guard rotation going right now. They have McBride, of course, coming off of the bench. They have Brunson and Quigley. And then, of course, they have R.J. Barrett, who's played more of a 2/3 role. I think they could use some more depth as far as wing help, but I wouldn't necessarily say that Josh Hart is the wing that's needed there. I think they need more size there. That's why I think players like Reggie Bullock, Jay Crowder might be of more interest to the New York Knicks. Somebody with some size to take some of that defensive responsibility that Tom Thibodeau absolutely wants his wings to take over the game for. What if they trade to get Kuzma to the Lakers? There's trade rumors that Golden State's trying to acquire him. I would be shocked if the Wizards traded Kyle Kuzma just because they gave up Rui Hachimura as well, or they already gave him up to the LA Lakers. If they were willing to trade Kyle Kuzma, if I'm the Wizards, I would have kept Rui Hachimura. He was the insurance there for Kyle Kuzma. Just because of the way they play, the position that they hold on that team, Hachimura would have been a great long-term option there if they weren't able to get an extension done with Kuzma. But I think they feel confident about where they are as a team with Porzingis, Beal, and Kuzma. They want to add one more star-level piece, another piece to that core, whether that be a center or a point guard. I don't think they really trust Gafford or Morris to be part of that core going forward. They're nice pieces, good rotation players, but you could easily package them together along with picks to bring in either a center or a point guard here at the trade deadline. And we'll see how the Wizards decide to go, but I don't think they'll be trading Kyle Kuzma. I think he will be staying in Washington until after the trade deadline. We'll see if they get an extension done, but he may end up going to free agency just to see what his value is worth on the open market. A lot of news anyway about the LA Clippers being interested in a lot of different players today. We talked a lot about the D'Angelo Russell saga at the beginning of this video. The D'Angelo Russell saga started the day with the LA Clippers being the more interested team in his services. Yet again, they're the bridesmaid. They were the bridesmaid for Kyrie Irving. Surprising here is that 3 of the top point guards have now been traded on the open market. That leaves probably Kyle Lowry as the best point guard left that has yet to be traded outside of Fred VanVleet. Now, Fred VanVleet has already played with Kawhi Leonard before in Toronto. He knows how to play with him. I think that would probably be the next target for the LA Clippers anyway. So keep your eyes peeled for what happens there. Welcome back, Declan. If I'm someone looking at this trade, I think the Lakers won the trade. Yeah. I mean, they got 3 pieces I thought would have each individually commanded a first-round pick in return. And they only gave up 1 first-rounder and the contract of Russell Westbrook and some odds and ends. So I think the Lakers absolutely fleeced both teams in this trade. And I think that the Timberwolves actually didn't get off too bad in this deal. They got 3 second-round picks out of it. D'Angelo Russell was only going to be on the roster for 2 more months. They got a point guard back out of it as well and added some depth in Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I just think they could have done a little bit better in this trade, whether it be getting a first-round pick out of the Lakers or getting Patrick Beverley as well, another piece that would give them depth here as they try to make a push to the playoffs. But I think the Timberwolves could have done a little bit better. I'm shocked that the Jazz didn't insist on a completely unprotected 2027 first-round pick. Instead, it's top 4 protected. We'll be curious to see what those protections ultimately consist of. If it does fall in that top 4, does it become completely unprotected in 2028? We'll see what happens there, or does it convert to 2 second-round picks? If it converts to 2 seconds, I mean, I don't understand what the Jazz are doing here. Vanderbilt by himself probably commands close to 3 second-round picks, possibly even a first-rounder, depending on which team is in the bidding for him. The Portland Trailblazers, it seemed, were willing to offer a first-rounder, as well as the Philadelphia 76ers. Philadelphia has been willing to trade some contracts on their roster to get underneath the tax. They would have been gladly willing to give up a pick in order to get underneath the tax and acquire fill a need anyway, at the deadline like Jared Vanderbilt. So a little bit shocked here that Utah combined 3 assets in this trade with Conley, Beasley, and Vanderbilt all going in the same deal. Beasley is another piece that probably would have gone for at least 3 second-round picks or a protected first-round pick. I'm shocked, again, that they combined all 3 assets here. Maybe they have plans for that Russell Westbrook contract, and that's the biggest important piece for them, to try to acquire further assets from a team needing to offload big contracts, long-term contracts, and just eat them on their roster. See if they can get something out of John Collins if they get him from Atlanta, or if they get the Tim Hardaway Jr. contract out of Dallas. Maybe they can flip him here at the deadline to Cleveland. Who knows what's going to happen here at the deadline, but keep your eyes peeled for Russell Westbrook's contract tomorrow as to whether or not they're going to involve it going somewhere else. Do you think Matisse Thybulle will be on the move, and if so, where? He is possible, or he is very likely to move, in my opinion, along with Korkmaz from the Philadelphia 76ers. I think they're trying to trade a lot of their back end of the roster guys. Thybulle's a good defensive player, but he doesn't offer much at all offensively. They've got a decent wing depth there anyway in Philadelphia. They could use some front court depth. Looking at the Dallas Mavericks, they have some low cost center, or a low cost center anyway, in JaVale McGee, $5.7 million cap hit, but he does have a contract for 2 more years after this. I think if Philadelphia were trying to offload some salary, they could look to Dallas to try to offload some of that salary this year to get underneath the tax and still fill a need to back up Joel Embiid. But that could be an interesting fit there. Korkmaz is a good shooter. Dallas needs some shooters, especially after the trade that they just made for Kyrie. So maybe there's a match there. We've seen Philadelphia and Dallas come together on trades before, looking at Nerlens Noel, among others. So kind of keep your eyes peeled for what could happen with the Philadelphia 76ers. I think they and the Milwaukee Bucks are in very similar places, just trying to find odds and ends here at the deadline to try to round out their rosters. For the Milwaukee Bucks, they're looking for wing help, backup point, and they're also looking to offload the contract of Serge Ibaka. Maybe Serge is ultimately traded somewhere like Denver to give them a backup big man to Nikola Jokic. Now, as far as other teams that keep an eye on the Eastern Conference side of the bracket anyway, the Brooklyn Nets are still expected to be active here at the deadline. They, of course, were interested in bringing in Fred VanVleet and expanding the Kyrie deal to a 3-team trade. That did not happen. I still think they're interested in bringing in other talent here at the deadline. They're looking for a backup center. They've been connected most notably with Naz Reid of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Maybe there's a Timberwolves trade in the works there to allow them to acquire more talent to kind of give them some more depth there as well. But I think that the Brooklyn Nets are looking for any and all solutions right now to upgrade their roster after trading the best shot maker in all of the entire NBA outside of Steph Curry, and that would be Kyrie Irving. This might be too far stretched out, but what do you think Kevin Durant will be? Do you think Kevin Durant will be out of Brooklyn by next season? I'll put it this way. Kevin Durant is probably going to take the rest of the season just to see how this team works. If they get bounced in the first round, again, a complete sweep or a gentleman's sweep, I think they very easily could see we could all very easily see Kevin Durant request a trade immediately after that series ends. We might even see a trade before July 1st when free agency opens after the season. So kind of keep your eyes peeled for what could happen with Kevin Durant, but he will not be traded by tomorrow. That's way too big of a trade to try to work out. One of the biggest trades we may see tomorrow is a DeAndre Ayton and OG Anunoby trade, but we'll see what ends up happening here with them. OG Anunoby is one of the best pieces here at the deadline that was thought to be available, and there has been some trade discussions in the past between the Suns and the Toronto Raptors. There was discussions about a sign and trade that would have sent Ayton to Toronto in exchange for Anunoby. Picks on either side, whichever side you think. But Ayton, there have been some discussions about him being moved here at the deadline. Representatives from the Suns say that that's too big of a trade to try to work out in the season as well. I don't believe that. I think his animosity that he still holds towards Monty Williams, the head coach, as well as not being able to get along with his teammates multiple times, citing their lack of effort, their lack of heart on this team, that's a direct shot at their leader in Chris Paul. I think there is going to be a trade of some significance coming out of Phoenix. Ever since they made the ownership change there in Phoenix, they've been looking to make some big-time trades. There was some discussion about Chris Paul being moved to the Lakers in exchange for Russell Westbrook. Obviously, there would have to be draft picks involved. That could be a situation where the Utah Jazz might take on CP3's contract and say Fred VanVleet goes to the Phoenix Suns. That's been another trade possibility that's been mentioned out there. But there's a lot of big trades that could happen over the next 24 hours, so keep your eyes peeled. There's a lot of interesting news coming out right now. Just going to check in one more time, see if any more details have come out about that 3-team deal. A little bit of news on Kyle Lowry. The Miami Heat have actually been trying to trade him aggressively over the last couple of days after initially saying, we don't really want to trade him because we have a nice run here. And then, hey, they realized it was fool's gold, and now they're trying to get rid of him. Literally, they're trying to call pretty much any team in need of point guard help. They called the Brooklyn Nets. They called the Dallas Mavericks. They called the Minnesota Timberwolves. No such deal is able to be generated. This coming from Sean Davini of the Heavy anyway. But he's 36 years old. He's got a fully guaranteed contract, roughly worth $30 million next year. That's a lot of money for an aging player. He does give you a lot of veteran experience, but that's a lot of money to eat up somewhere. But maybe if the Clippers are unable to get a deal for Fred VanVleet, maybe they turn their eyes to Kyle Lowry to try to solve their long-term point guard problem. Could we see a Siakam on the move? I don't think we'll see Siakam on the move because that's too big of a trade again. I think to work out at the deadline. There could be some trades out there that spark last minute that just say, "Hey, we'll take Siakam. We want a star or a pseudo star, if you will, in Siakam to come in, somebody that's able to play both ends of the floor that may have worn out his welcome in Toronto if the package is right." But Siakam might be on the back burner compared to Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., OG Anunoby, Chris Boucher, other pieces that they could move here at the deadline. The asking price for Gary Trent Jr., for instance, was a protected first-round pick and salary filler, or a couple of good second-round picks and salary filler. I think he's probably the most likely to be traded out of that Toronto Raptors lineup. Next would probably be Fred VanVleet if they decide to sell here at the deadline and don't think they can get the extension done. After that, I would put OG Anunoby on that list. And then you might get to Siakam. But that's kind of the pecking order for trades here at the deadline. Unless a team is just absolutely willing to go over the moon as far as draft capital for him, I don't really see Siakam on the move. Put a video out about 2 or 3 hours ago about JaVale McGee. We just talked a little bit about his interest, or about the backup center market kind of picking up. There's a lot of guys on that market right now, though. Low-cost guys that are only going to cost you maybe a couple of second-round picks at best, maybe just one second-round pick. Looking at Mason Plumlee from the Charlotte Hornets, looking at Naz Reid of the Minnesota Timberwolves, looking at Serge Ibaka of the Milwaukee Bucks, looking at Rashawn Holmes of the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot of centers out there on the market, so that market is not expected to command significant draft capital. So if you need a backup five, there's a lot of guys out there, so make sure you pick the one that you want on your team and don't give up a whole lot for him, but just make the move. Don't sit there and let there be a void on your roster and say, I wish we could have done something. You can do something. There's a lot of choices on the market right now, just a matter of whether or not you're willing to give up a second-round pick or not for it. But mentioned a lot of trade rumors already. Another one from the Miami Heat is that they've been trying to find a taker for Duncan Robinson's contract. Told you guys a few minutes ago about Russell Westbrook's contract might having more value. That's another spot where maybe there's a trade that could work out between the Miami Heat and the Utah Jazz, where they offload, say, a Lowry and a Duncan Robinson to the Jazz in exchange for Russell Westbrook. That would give them some flexibility going to free agency this offseason. Miami is always a player in free agency. Maybe that's the route they decide to go. Looks like we're in the third quarter right now with the Boston Celtics leading 64-62. 1 versus 3 in the East. Wide open 3 here by Tobias Harris. Misses. And Boston gets it again. Boston's played well this year, of course, with an interim head coach after their Ime Udoka, their primary head coach, was placed on suspension, indefinite leave anyway, for a year. And we'll see if he's ultimately brought back. I don't think he will after this. There was some discussion about him possibly ending up with the Brooklyn Nets as their head coach. Obviously, public opinion quickly changed that from happening. Other news around the New York Knicks is that they are looking to trade Cam Reddish and Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose has been on the open market now for the better part of a month. The team and player have both been looking to try to find a decent solution for the point guard, who's done very well with the New York Knicks over the past few years, has a strong connection with their head coach, Tom Thibodeau, and I think they're going to try to do right by him. There has been interest from the Orlando Magic looking for a good veteran point guard to help their younger core out. However, the Milwaukee Bucks, that was the video we put out earlier today, have generated the most interest recently for Derrick Rose. That would be a better fit, I think, as far as trying to get him into the postseason. I think the Orlando Magic would love to get into the play-in. I think Derrick Rose just wants to be part of a great team and try to win a title. And we'll see where he ends up going, but the Milwaukee makes a lot of sense. There has been some rumors about Jay Crowder also going to the Milwaukee Bucks, but they have no interest in, the Phoenix Suns anyway, have no interest in bringing back Grayson Allen in that type of a deal. So again, maybe there's some trade possibility there. Maybe a third team would have to get involved to take on the contract of a Grayson Allen, since the Phoenix Suns want nothing to do with it. But a lot of news here at the deadline. Another piece is that the Cavaliers are still looking for wing help at the 3 spot. They've tried looking at Tim Hardaway Jr., Bojan Bogdanovic. They've looked at other outside options. They've even looked at smaller guys like a Josh Hart. And I think Josh Hart is just a little bit too small to take over that 3 spot in that lineup. They did have Lauri Markkanen there last year. That's why they kind of viewed Bojan Bogdanovic as a possibility for them. But I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is a perfect fit for what they want to do. Maybe the better player overall is probably Karis LeVert, but he's on an expiring deal. And he doesn't necessarily have the ceiling that, say, a Tim Hardaway Jr. does offensively. The downside for Hardaway Jr. is, of course, his long-term contract and that he's a streaky shooter. But I expect Tim Hardaway Jr. to probably be moved here in the next 12 hours. We might even see him move tonight. Again, Kyrie Irving is going to make his debut tonight for the Dallas Mavericks. I think they want to see how he meshes with the new teammates, how this is going to really work out. Now, remember, Luka is not going to play, so you still have to factor that in as well. But the Mavericks are going to try to make some other moves here at the deadline to bolster their roster and try to make this thing work and try to push themselves into title contention. They believe Kyrie Irving really helps push the pedal forward to try to get this done for Dallas, but we'll see where they end up going. Another bit of news, anyway, from the trade deadline is that the Golden State Warriors are talking about trading some of their young players once again. Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and James Wiseman. Wiseman's really struggled to get any footing here in the NBA. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's had his run-ins with Draymond Green. I mean, who hasn't at this point on that team? Moses Moody's had his ups and downs as a good young player. Kuminga really had a coming out party in the playoffs last year. Hasn't been the same player so far this year, but maybe we could see a return to that as well. So a team that's willing to take a chance on some of that young talent that the Warriors built up during their downslide after their multi-years of dominance. Maybe another team could take advantage of those type of players and ship them a nice rotation piece to help solve their problems while Steph Curry is on the mend for the next month after he was injured in the game on Saturday against the Dallas Mavericks. There has been interest in Boston Celtics forward Grant Williams, but they are not accepting offers on him at all. He is the linchpin of their defense from a forward perspective. They have Marcus Smart, of course. They have Tatum. They have Brown. But Williams is the one that takes the big forwards, the power forwards. He takes those tough defensive assignments every game. So it'd be very difficult for them to defend from that type of position if they're having to use Tatum or Brown in those situations instead. They get worn down on defense and are not effective on offense. If they don't get worn down on defense, then they're committing fouls. That gets them off the floor even faster. So I think that would be, something that's not going to happen there. If you're looking for, some type of defensive upgrade at the wing spot, Jay Crowder is probably the most available. I think that's probably going to happen for probably 2 second-round picks. There's a lot of interest in him around the league. There's other wings that are available as well. Reggie Bullock from the Dallas Mavericks is one name that comes to mind. He has a year left on his contract after this one. The Knicks have been repeatedly connected to him as well. A little bit of news on the Chicago Bulls is that they are actually willing to listen on Alex Caruso. Not that they're looking to trade him or anything like that. It's that they have a lot of guards to get into the lineup right now. And especially once Lonzo Ball comes back, how many minutes are they going to have to share among all the options that they have at the guard spot right now? That's why Alex Caruso might fetch them a pretty penny in trade. And so that might be the reason why he is out. But Kobe White, of course, is in the final year of his deal. He's another option that could be traded. They could use some wing scoring, some proficient shooting, three-point shooting. There has been some rumors in the past about Tim Hardaway Jr. again going there, but I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. I think the Bulls, for the most part, are going to stand pat. I think they might tinker around the edges just a hair, bring in a depth big man, bring in a depth point guard or a wing player, something like that. But they're not going to make anything, big shockwaves here at the deadline. If they do, if they decide to go ahead and tear things down and realize what I think they should have realized at the time before they signed Zach LaVine to that big max contract, is that they've reached their ceiling as a team, that they're not going to finish in the top 4 of the East. They're going to get bounced in the first round of every single playoff series that they're in, no matter who they face, whether it be the Boston Celtics, whether it be the Brooklyn Nets, whether it be the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Philadelphia 76ers. There's too many good teams in the East right now that are better on paper than the Chicago Bulls and better on the floor. I mean, we see the struggles that they have at the beginning of the season, being able to communicate with one another, the difficulties between DeRozan and LaVine for leadership of the team, and I think eventually they're going to have to decide one way or the other which player are we going to stick by, or we just go ahead and trade both of them and reset our roster. I think after the season, this is the time for that conversation. I think it's a little bit too soon right now, just because there's a lot of work that would have to get done to get something big like that to happen here at the deadline, but maybe a team just overwhelms them with an offer and says, all right, time to make the move. If you're offered 5 first-round picks for Zach LaVine, I mean, you obviously have to consider it. That's a legitimate offer. But again, too big of a trade to really negotiate here at the deadline, I believe. The Bulls have been getting calls on Kobe White since last summer, according to one of the Bulls beat reporters. He is headed for restricted free agency, so maybe a team looking to do their free agency shopping early, like the LA Lakers did with the Hachimura deal, bringing him in. That way they could hold his bird rights and sign him to a big offer after the season because he's an RFA. Maybe a team is willing to do the same here with Kobe White. A lot of rumors have been happening around the Indiana Pacers for the better part of 2 years now. Miles Turner rumors, etc. He will not be traded because of the extension he signed earlier this past month anyway. He will not be moved. However, they still have some players like Buddy Hield. Andrew Nemard could be available as well. They could be willing to trade Chris Duarte. They have a lot of good pieces. TJ McConnell, a good bench piece as well. But the Pacers could move some of those players, but they really want to keep their core together around their first-round pick that they just got this past year. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. They have Tyrese Halliburton, who's, when healthy, is one of the best young point guards in the NBA. And then, of course, Miles Turner, who's really elevated his game over the past 12 months or so. But the Pacers are another team to keep your eyes on. Rumor today out of the Boston Celtics is that they might be willing to part ways with Delano Gallinari and Peyton Pritchard in an effort to get back a defensive-minded big man. If that's the roster pieces they're willing to give up, I believe they're going to have to attach some draft equity to whoever they want to bring in. For instance, they've been connected with Jakob Poeltl of the San Antonio Spurs. The asking price for him was 2 first-round picks. Maybe there's a trade that could work there. I don't think the Spurs would want Gallinari back because they just acquired him in the DeJounte Murray deal, ended up buying him out, etc. But I don't think they want any veteran pieces like that. I think if they did get a piece like that, they would try to turn around and flip him or include a third team just to take his deal, somebody who needs some front court scoring. But he's another name to keep your eyes on here at the deadline. Another player from the Dallas Mavericks to mention here is Christian Wood. We've talked a lot about the Mavericks looking to shed long-term money, but the short-term money is also very important as well. Kyrie Irving is expected to go to free agency, and he's looking for a 3-year deal. Seems very happy to stay in Dallas right now. And with the addition of D'Angelo Russell just a few minutes ago by the LA Lakers for them, I think if they're able to extend the D'Angelo Russell deal, I think that basically sews up things for Kyrie Irving's free agency, and he will stay in Dallas, mitigating some more of the risk for Dallas and making that trade look a little bit more palatable for all the pieces that the Mavericks had to give up to get him in there. But Christian Wood is another piece that they could move here at the deadline. If they have Kyrie Irving going to free agency and they're still worried about him re-signing in Dallas, you don't want to have two big important pieces of your roster on the free agent market. Remember what happened last year with Jalen Brunson? They were not prepared, did not have a backup plan for what would happen when Jalen Brunson had his big breakout season, didn't have him signed to the extension, and lost him for nothing to the New York Knicks. Now, the Knicks, of course, did what they did before the free agency period, lost his second-round pick because of their poor negotiating habits, and that did not go to Dallas, of course, even though they lost the player. But they do not want to go into free agency having two important pieces of their rotation on the free agent block. Now, of course, Kyrie Irving's going to do his own thing. Whether or not he gets the 3-year extension is already, by itself, it's a separate issue altogether. Christian Wood was just traded traded by the Houston Rockets to Dallas for the number 26 pick in the draft, along with a bunch of small expiring type deals or multi-year deals to kind of equal out the salaries, at least for Wood. They traded Burke, Brown, Chris, and Marjanovic to be able to get the deal done. Almost all of those players are no longer with Houston. It was the draft pick that they wanted. Now for Dallas, they would like to get at least something back in return for Wood, I'd imagine, if they do not feel confident about re-signing Christian Wood. They have a 2-year offer right now on the table for Christian Wood, 2 years, $36 million. Wood, of course, is eligible for a 4-year, $77 million contract as of right now, and probably would command a little bit more on the free agent market. However, Mark Stein, one of the NBA reporters based out of New York anyway, reports that the market for Christian Wood is not necessarily what we had thought coming in to the last couple of months. The market was believed to be higher than $77 million once he hit free agency because of how well he had performed with Dallas. Has certainly grown on the defensive end, but it seems like maybe the money isn't there for Christian Wood in free agency this year, so maybe Dallas will take a chance. But if you're Dallas, I don't think you can afford to take that chance now with two different pieces on your roster, two different important rotation pieces, two different important starters on your roster as of right now. So if they're able to make a trade with the LA Clippers who've been connected to him in the past, maybe make a trade for Robert Covington, solve the issue as far as the lineup there, maybe get a Terrence Mann out of the deal as well. well. That would give you some good defensive abilities there at your guard spot next to Kyrie and Luka, which they're absolutely going to need after making this trade. But remember, the Mavericks have a lot of irons in the fire here as we go into the deadline. Same for the Clippers. They've been looking for a point guard. They've been looking for center help. So whichever way they end up going, I think they're going to do something to solve those issues. Declan, off topic, but could you have a planned stream schedule? I mean, like streams that you have a date for that you're doing soon. I've tried doing the schedule thing before with my streams anyway, and it just doesn't work quite as well as I would have hoped. I also use streaming technology, or software, I should say, that doesn't necessarily work for scheduling. I'll put it that way, and that's kind of why I don't schedule them. I try to put or talk a lot about them during my lives. When I do go live, I try to talk about them during my short videos. I try to post about it on my Twitter page, Upside SN or at Upside SN on Facebook as well. But I've tried doing the schedule thing before, and it just doesn't work well with what I'm trying to do. But maybe eventually we can get that kind of a thing done as we continue to grow as a channel. Just touching up on some of the other rumors that we're seeing. Forgot to mention Mohamed Bamba. Mo Bamba, anyways, you might know him from the Orlando Magic. He's another one of the centers that's available. He just got in that big altercation with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Missed some time anyway due to a suspension because of that altercation. But he's another name that's available here at the deadline. I would expect him to probably stay with the Orlando Magic at this time just because he has another year after this one that you could just get him in free agency. I think the Orlando Magic probably are just going to keep him on the roster since they'll probably only get a second-round pick out of him at best. We mentioned a little bit about Jakob Poeltl. The Toronto Raptors are another team that's been connected to him once again, but he's a guy that's very likely to be moved by the San Antonio Spurs. Another guy on the roster for the Spurs that's not getting a lot of playing time is Dylan McDermott. Good three-point shooter, good all-around scorer in general. Really limited defensively, and that's why he's not in the regular rotation, if you will, for Greg Popovich. But he could be a nice bench performer, kind of a shot maker. Bring him on the floor at the final 5 seconds of a game because of his ability to knock down shots, something like that. There should be significant interest in him here at the deadline. The question will be at what price? Is it for 1 or 2 second-round picks? Are they able to equal out some salaries somehow? What salaries are they going to have to use to match? Does it take a important piece off of their current roster to bring him in which case I don't think they would make that type of a trade. But the Spurs have some more pieces to sell here at the deadline, so keep your eyes on the Spurs as well. A lot of teams are expected to be active here at the deadline, not necessarily the top end pieces. We're not going to see the guy, or like years past where you're talking about, Anthony Davis at the trade deadline, or Damian Lillard, or Bradley Beal. We're talking about players like OG Anunoby at the top of the market, maybe a Zach LaVine if the Bulls decide to tear things down, but I don't think they will. But players like that is kind of what you best could hope for here at the deadline. But we should see a number of deals tomorrow, maybe even in the overnight hours tonight. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll be live for you guys as often as we can be. Going to take a bit of a break here in just a moment, so get a drink, refresh ourselves. And remember, we'll be live for you guys through tonight, through probably about midnight, breaking down any of the big trades that do happen. If a trade does happen while we are live on the air with you guys tonight, we'll probably take a step out for a minute or two, make a short 15-second video, post that to let other people know that do subscribe to us. Hey, there's a trade. You might want to check out our live. And then we'll immediately be right back and break down the trade as it happens, as the more details do come out about it as well. But if you guys are, familiar with the site called fanspo.com and you've been thinking for weeks about the perfect trade for your team, I know I have for the Dallas Mavericks. I am a Dallas Mavericks fan. But if you've been thinking about the perfect trade, you think you've come up with it that works for both sides or works for all sides if you've used more than 2 teams, let us know. Post it on the chat. We'll try to respond to you, let you know if you're completely off your rocker or if it makes sense. What does your trade do for your team? Does this get them into the playoff contention? Does this get them into title contention? Or is the team that's giving up the pieces giving up too much? Are they not getting back enough? Those kinds of things. But feel free to send us your comments about trade ideas that you have. We'll go over some of the trade ideas that we've seen from our community later on this evening as well. But remember, we'll be live for you guys tonight breaking down the debut of Kyrie Irving in his first game with the Dallas Mavericks. Again, no Luka Doncic for the Dallas Mavericks, so it'll be Kyrie Irving leading the Mavericks against the LA Clippers. But thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the video. Really does help us out. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network as well. But again, tomorrow we'll be live for you guys all day long. We'll be live from about 8 a.m. till probably 5 p.m. Central Time, breaking down every single trade as it happens. But we'll take just a moment away, and we'll be right back with you guys. Thank you guys for joining us here tonight. We'll be right back. And welcome back. Got a moment to just kind of get a breath while we're waiting for the Dallas Mavericks game to start. See if any more trades happen anyway tonight. Again, watching the Boston Celtics take on the Philadelphia 76ers right now, 80-79. Minute left here in the third quarter. Kyrie makes his debut for the Dallas Mavericks tonight. We'll be live for you guys breaking down that. Our first basketball game of the year we will do for you guys here tonight as well. A lot of news happening tonight, of course. The LA Lakers with a big trade tonight, trading Russell Westbrook. In exchange, they're getting D'Angelo Russell. They're getting Malik Beasley. They're also getting Jared Vanderbilt. And all they're basically giving up of long-term value is the number 1 pick in 2027 that's top 4 protected. So a little bit surprising. The Lakers only had to give up that as far as draft capital. But again, the Jazz, I think, could have done a little bit better. I'm very curious about the value of Russell Westbrook's contract on the open market. Either way, it's a great job by Rob Pelinka and the LA Lakers rebuilding that team on the fly. Just shows you how devoid of talent they really were. I mean, that trade that they made for Russell Westbrook, as ill-advised as it was, he's done a nice job of kind of auto-correcting on the fly at the trade deadline. Doesn't excuse him for the trade itself of happening. I understand LeBron was the reason why he made the trade. LeBron wanted the trade to happen. Obviously, it didn't work out, but you're the GM. It's your job to stand up to LeBron and say, hey, this ain't going to work for us. I think everybody on the outside of LA land was looking in going, one of the most ball-dominant players in NBA history, a stat filler, somebody who's struggled with his shot when he's played with Kevin Durant in the past, frustrating Kevin Durant to the point where it forced him out of Oklahoma City to the Golden State Warriors. You're bringing him in to be the third star next to LeBron and AD, and obviously that didn't work out. LA Lakers fans were all like, oh, we got Russell, he's MVP Russell. No. He's never been MVP Russell. He played great for them in the fourth quarter last night, which I think did help some of his value. But the majority of Russell Westbrook's value right now is in the value of his contract as an expiring one. That's where, again, I think the LA Lakers might make some headway here tonight or over the next 24 hours, making some moves. Boston's gone on a nice run here to end the quarter, 86-79, and that's the end of the third quarter there. But they go to the 4th there. Let me flip it over to our screen real quick. Bear with me while I get the settings for you guys. There we go. In case you guys are unfamiliar with us here at the Upside, this is called hoopsrumors.com. Great way to kind of stay updated on things that are happening around the NBA, those kinds of things. So keep your eyes peeled to this website whenever you can. It's a great way to stay up to date whenever you can't watch videos if you're at work, or once you do get time, feel free to join us here at the Upside. Hit that subscribe button, and we'll be sure to try to update you as quickly as we can. I know a lot of you guys are busy during the week, and you don't really have time to sit there and watch a 3-hour video or read a 10-minute article or something like that. That's why we put out a short 15 to 60-second video breaking down the latest news from the trade deadline, or from MLB free agency, or from the Super Bowl, or from the NHL trade deadline that's coming up next month. But we try to give you short little updates and then try to do some lives as we can. So tonight, again, we'll be live for you guys all the way through probably midnight, through the LA Clippers and Dallas Mavericks game tonight. Kyrie Irving's debut with the Mavericks. First game of the year we'll be doing for you guys tonight. And then tomorrow we'll be live for you guys for about 10 hours pretty much, from 8 a.m. until probably 5-ish tomorrow evening. So make sure you join us for that. We'll break down everything, all the rumors as they happen. As the trades come in, we'll let you know what your team is getting and who they're giving up here at the trade deadline. But one other site I kind of want to show you guys is fanspo.com. This is a great site for you guys if you guys want to just post your ideas to the community. I know it's kind of difficult to put it in the comment section, but if you want to post the link to your trade idea, you can always post that in the comment section as well. But it's a great way to kind of find trade ideas, those kinds of things. Let me move this up just a hair. There we go. All right, so you can kind of see different trade ideas that fan bases are coming up with, those kinds of things. A lot of trade interest right now. Let's kind of go over to the trade machine first so you can kind of see. Number one player being traded, of course, is the trade that just went down. Westbrook, Vanderbilt, Beasley, Conley, and Russell. Just to kind of see the machinations of it. Other people around the U.S. anyway are trying to do that. And then, of course, you look at the next batch of players here. OG Anunoby, Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, Gary Trent Jr., all Toronto Raptors that all are on the trade block right now. Siakam, I think, is the least likely to move. Gary Trent, the most likely to move here at the deadline, with varying levels of possibilities between OG Anunoby and Fred VanVleet. But those are some of the other trade possibilities out there. We mentioned Kevin Durant as well. I don't expect him to be traded. I think Ben Simmons' contract is absolutely untradeable. Patrick Beverley, we talked a little bit about him at the beginning of the video, saying how the Minnesota Timberwolves did have interest in him. I'm very surprised the Lakers were not forced to include him in the trade to give the Timberwolves some more depth here as they go towards the playoffs. And of course, Jay Crowder, the most available player in the NBA right now, available for probably 2 second-round picks. I know the Suns were originally holding out for either a protected first-round pick or a rotation player to take the role of Jay Crowder in their lineup. That obviously did not happen. Now, of course, the Lakers do have some contracts left on their roster to trade, including Patrick Beverley and Lonnie Walker that they could move here at the deadline. And because they didn't include that 29 first-round pick, they now have that draft pick to trade here at the deadline as well. We've talked a little bit about Cam Reddish being available. We talked about the Reddish possibility going to Dallas for Reggie Bullock, the trade rumor between the Portland Trailblazers and the Knicks about Josh Hart possibly be going to New York. I still don't think that's a logical solution for either team, because I think Portland, while they would like a wing like Cam Reddish, I think that the New York Knicks would want something different than Josh Hart. I think they're looking for more wing help rather than just point guard play, because they have some decent point guards already on their roster in Brunson, Quigley, and McBride. But looking at the rest of this top 25, Tim Hardaway Jr., we've talked a ton about him, so you guys can check that out earlier in the video. Joe Harris is probably the biggest long-term contract that the Brooklyn Nets might be able to move here at the deadline. They're going to have to attach some assets to him, but they now are a little bit deep at the wing to where they could logistically move, or logically anyway, move Joe Harris here at the deadline without any major repercussions to their roster. That, however, depends on the health of Simmons, Durant, and Warren. If those guys continue to have injury issues, the trade for Dorian Finney-Smith, while it looks even more important, also means that Joe Harris is also more important on that roster as well, just from a depth perspective. Talked a little bit about Thibault and Christian Wood. Damian Jones was just a part of that trade along with Toscano Anderson. But We talked some about DeAndre Ayton, the possibility of a trade between the Raptors and the Phoenix Suns. Ayton going one way, Anunoby the other, and Josh Hart and James Wiseman we've mentioned as well. If you guys want to make a trade, let's go ahead and try to make some here. Let's start with the LA Lakers, since that's probably the team that's still got some draft capital left to trade and might still be willing to add to this team. They have a 3-year window here with LeBron James to really get something done. Now, of course, they still have Russell Westbrook on here for now, but that's going to be changed once that trade becomes official. But looking at what they could do here at the deadline, they have roughly about $19 million in salary to send out. What could they conceivably bring in for around $19 million? Well, there's a lot of possibilities out there, but as I mentioned, they still need wing help in my mind. So if I'm the Lakers, I'm looking for wings however I can get them. We mentioned Jay Crowder being a possibility for 2 second-round picks. That could be a possibility there. Let's try to look for a little bit bigger game, though. Let's say they want to go after OG Anunoby. Do they have enough ammunition to get it done? I would say no, because they have 1 first-round pick. Even if they unprotected it, I don't think that's enough for him. Who else could they go after? They could go after guys like Gary Trent Jr., a good wing player, a smaller wing, more of a guard, somebody who could be a firecracker, much like Malik Beasley. And in that respect, again, I would probably rule them out on that one as well. Other players would be guys like Cam Reddish from the New York Knicks. They have been connected with Cam Reddish in the past as well, but maybe there's a trade there that could happen. Another one that could happen is with the Charlotte Hornets. That's the one I kind of want to touch on here because there's a couple of opportunities here that the Lakers could exploit. First, Kelly Oubre, kind of a hit and miss type player, more of a streaky type shooter. Think Tim Hardaway Jr., but even more streaky than that. Also without the defensive chops of a Tim Hardaway Jr. By the way, Tim Hardaway Jr. has really improved his defense over the last couple of years, something that nobody really wants to give him credit for. But he's done a lot of work to try to stay in front of his man on defense, and it's really shown over the last couple of years. But we'll see what ends up happening here at the deadline. But for this trade here, let's just say we want to go ahead and trade. Let's say we trade Patrick Beverley just for salary matching purposes for Kelly Oubre. And is that worth a first-round pick in 2029? I don't think that's completely worth it. So what else could you possibly get here? Maybe you solve your center rotation even further with Mason Plumlee. You could go after a P.J. Washington, even though it sounds like the Hornets would like to keep him. But if you want to do some of your free agent shopping and get a first-round pick out of the Lakers, if you're the Hornets, maybe you have to give up a piece like that to get it done. Other players that they could move, Jalen McDaniels has drawn significant interest around the NBA. He's a player I would keep my eyes on because he's only on a 1-year deal at the moment. He's 25, so he's going to be going into free agency. He's 6'9", so he's got good size for an NBA player as well. Long, athletic as well. He's averaging 10.7 points so far this year. All of that you can see here on fanspo.com. So let's go ahead and throw him in. Notice his contract is very cheap, so it's not going to cost him anything of real value. And then, of course, the rest of it, let's go ahead and just do Mason Plumlee just to round it out here. We'll go ahead and throw Lonnie Walker in there and a bottom of the roster piece like Max Christie. Don't think they'd have to include him, but if they are, just pounding the table for it. Picks, of course, they'd have to include that 29 unprotected first rounder to the Hornets. Let's go ahead and try the trade. Success. Just looking at the trade from the Lakers' perspective, not including what they could have just improved their team upon with the D'Angelo Russell, the Malik Beasley type trade. This trade here would certainly help them at the wing position, gets them 2 more wings to help out both on offense and defense, giving them some more depth. Mason Plumlee as well, and if they give him an unprotected first-round pick, I think the Hornets just might say yes to something like that. Now, are any of these players really going to be shocking for the Lakers to their system? No. But it does give them every bit of depth that they're going to need when it comes to the playoffs. You're talking about a team that's so thin at the small forward and power forward position that you're looking at James, and if he goes down due to injury like he did last night for any length of time, then you're starting guys like Reeves and Christie and players like that in your lineup. You can't have that right now if you're the LA Lakers. You have to support this roster a little bit more, get some more stability in that lineup, and bringing in these type of players would certainly go a long way to that. Let's go ahead and edit this trade just a little bit. You can go down here and just click Adjust Trade, and I want to take out Max Christie, undo that part of the trade, and I just want to see if that part of the trade works, and it does. So if you don't want to give up the young guy in Max Christie, there's another trade that could work. Hornets get the first round pick in 29, completely unprotected. Two horrible players, or at least horrible so far for the Lakers, in Lonnie Walker and Patrick Beverley. Beverley is one of the worst NBA players per minute this year in the NBA. I think he's literally the worst worst player in the NBA for the number of minutes that he plays. As far as Lonnie Walker Jr., he's been a little bit better, but the sheer lack of minutes that he's been getting on that roster don't give you a fair indication of what he's capable of doing with that team. And so I think a team like the Charlotte Hornets could get something out of him the rest of the way. He may turn around and sign an extension there in Charlotte, but I think Beverly could be flipped here at the deadline, even after this deal by the Hornets, to say the Minnesota Timberwolves if they wanted to get something like that done, or to another team that needs point guard help here at the deadline. But let us know in the comments section what you guys think of a trade here for the Lakers. This, I think, would be kind of a finishing move for this trade deadline for the LA Lakers. Bringing in Oubre, McDaniels, and Plumlee, even though they're all in expiring deals, you could easily extend any one of those pieces or re-sign them in free agency because you would then have the bird rights for those players as well. And I think getting a young player like McDaniels in there, like an Oubre, I think that would really help with the youth problem that the Lakers have had over the past couple of years. LeBron in the past has really only liked veterans. Well, now the Lakers are starting to force him to play with younger players, and it's had some successes and some failures, obviously. But I think these players have had enough time in the NBA that LeBron will feel very comfortable with them serving a role with his team. But that's kind of one trade here. Let's go ahead and close this one. I'm going to go ahead and save it, actually. We're going to call this Lakers Finish Deadline Shopping. Oops. So you guys can check out that one on fanspo.com. So voila, we made a trade. Let's go back and do another one. Let's do a different team. Let's go ahead and reset everything here. All right, let's do a different team here. Anybody want to do one of your favorite teams? Let's go ahead and do Brooklyn, since they're a team that's still looking to make some additions here at the deadline. They already made the Kyrie trade. What exactly could they use at the deadline? Well, we know they want a backup big man. They would like to get off the contract of Joe Harris as well. That's going to require them attaching assets to it to get it done. They could move a guy like Seth Curry. They have some contracts they could move. Cam Thomas has gone off for over 40 points in 3 straight games, but you can't really count on that going forward. He's still very young, 21 years old. He might be the future of their shooting guard position. So maybe if you want to solidify him getting solid minutes the rest of the way, maybe you move a guy like Patty Mills, something like that. But you're going to have to trade something here at the deadline in order, as far as salary to free up to be able to make something happen here. They already traded Kessler Edwards. I think TJ Warren's going to have a nice role for them down the stretch. But they have some pieces that they could move here. They could move Daron Sharp as well. Let's look at some of the pieces that we mentioned. We talked about JaVale McGee being a center that could be available. We talked about Naz Reid. They've been connected with him most notably. His contract is fairly easy to move. Let's try to say they go after one of the bigger targets out there and say, hey, we've identified we want Rashawn Holmes to be our center, our backup center. And they know they're not going to have to give up anything of significant value. Let's go ahead and get that done. Trade him to the Nets. 3-year contract here. This could be a trade here where you include Terrence Davis and send Joe Harris out the other way. Gives you some more depth there in Brooklyn. And now you've offloaded a big contract in Joe Harris. You've taken on a big contract in Rashawn Holmes. You've mitigated the amount of assets that you're going to have to attach to Joe Harris to make it equitable for both sides. Say if you're Brooklyn, you have to include a couple of second-round picks. So you go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and try the trade. And there's the trade. You offload the contract of Joe Harris, you attach a couple of second-round picks, you take back a bad contract in return while solving your hole in the middle with Rashawn Holmes, and get you some more depth with Terrence Davis, where you need depth anyway at the guard spot there. But what do you guys think of that one? Brooklyn kind of solving some more of their issues, offloading some bad contracts, solving an issue as far as a center behind Nick Claxton. I think that's a trade that would make sense for both sides. Not saying that'll happen. I think both players are very unlikely to be dealt, but that's something that could make sense for both sides. We're going to go ahead and say this one, Nets, Kings, swap bad contracts. There you go. You can check that one out on Fanspo if you'd like as well. Go ahead and clear everything up here. Alrighty, let's pick another team, shall we? I know we've got a lot of Knicks fans that have been messaging us on our videos lately. Let's go ahead and do a Cam Reddish trade. Let's say Cam Reddish, they're trying to improve their wing spot, get a guy like Reggie Bullock. $5.9, $10 million. Now there is a weird quirk in the rosters right now with these teams that this trade will actually work, even though I think, yep, there it goes. It did actually commit or do the trade correctly here. But that's been a trade that's been rumored about for about the past month or two. That's something we could see happen here. I think a little bit more size here for the Mavericks and Cam Reddish, even though Reggie Bullock is the better defender. That's something we could see happen as well. Mavs add Reddish. Knicks finally get Bullock back. There you go. You can check that one out if you'd like as well. But you guys tell us, what trades would you like to see? We've talked a lot about the Toronto Raptors and the pieces that they have to deal, so let's go ahead and do one with the Raptors. They're right now on the edge, or the outside of the play-in, looking in. They have a number of pieces that could move. These are their top 4 trade pieces right now: Siakam, Van Vliet, Trent, and Anunoby. Anunoby has the most value, in my opinion. I think Siakam has the biggest contract and has a good value, though. But he's not necessarily the star to lead your team if you're trying to put him at the forefront of your roster. But it could be a good number 2 or 3 star on a team. You're going to have to acquire, or you're going to have to take on some salaries if you're Toronto, if you're going to make something like that happen. But let's focus on OG Anunoby here. Easily tradable contract, only $17.3 million. He is worth approximately 3 first-round picks right now on the market, and they may actually get it done. We've heard teams like the New Orleans Pelicans be interested. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. Say OG Anunoby goes there. You'd have to include a trade going back, or a piece going back the other way. Devontae Graham hasn't exactly found a niche there. That could be a fit. If the Raptors lose Fred Van Vliet in free agency, now they've got their point guard to fill that spot, at least for the short term. You'd have to include another piece as well. So maybe you go Dyson Daniels. Something like that. Try that trade, and oh, it works, but you're going to have to include picks with it. So let's go ahead and adjust and see what picks the Pelicans could put on there. Say they go ahead and put the unprotected first there. They do the 25 pick, unprotected. And let's go ahead and say they do the first rounder from 27 as well. There you go. Salaries match here: Devontae Graham, Dyson Daniels for Anunoby. And then the 3 first-round picks. Now, there's not a lot of talent here as far as current roster talent for the Raptors to really bite into, so they'd have to be thoroughly convinced that they're selling here at the deadline. But the 3 first-round picks is why the Raptors do this trade, because they're betting on the Pelicans not being in playoff contention every year, and that one of those picks might be in the lottery, or 2. If they get 2 of those picks to end up in the top 10 of a draft, if those picks are all unprotected, then that trade is very much a win for the Toronto Raptors. For the Pelicans, there's some risk here because you have to worry about Zion's health, you have to worry about how things mesh, and you're sacrificing quite a bit of your future here with a lot of draft picks. But Anunoby is a player that's is a two-way player on a team-friendly deal with length left on that deal. You're not going to lose him in free agency after the year, so you're not buying a rental player or anything like that. This would be a piece for you to build upon. So then you would have built around Brandon Ingram, C.J. McCollum, OG Anunoby, and Zion Williamson. That's your core. And then you still have Valanciunas at your 5, and then you have to kind of piecemeal the point guard position together. But that would be a great roster for the Pelicans. So we'll go ahead and put this one out there if you guys want to check it out. Pelicans add Anunoby. Oh. Post. There you go. But as I mentioned, if you guys want to check out the post, go ahead and click on posts. Click over to trade proposals. Go to new. You can search by team. There's the one we just made. And you can check it out. And if you want to share it on Twitter, or if you want to share it in the comments section, all you have to do is click this button or copy that link and post it in our chat. But just checking in on the score, we've got about 5 minutes and 51 seconds left in the game. 10-point lead right now for Boston, 97-87. Philadelphia's hit a little bit of a swoon over the past week or so, losing the other night in the game I watched. Might have been last night, actually. Embiid dribbles inside and is fouled as he goes up. Grant Williams on the foul. 11-point game here. 5:37 left. Let's go ahead and go back to all these trades that we have out here. The Wolves' next move, yeah, that's not going to be trading Karl-Anthony Towns. I know a lot of people are giving shade to the Minnesota Timberwolves and how they're poor traders, etc. Well, they got one of the best centers in the league in Rudy Gobert, at least defensively anyway. Whether or not you like him off the court, etc., remains to be. Doesn't matter a hill of beans to them, I'm sure. But once they get their twin towers together for any length of time, I think that team will function a lot better. Now, they haven't had Karl-Anthony Towns for a better part of 2 months, as I mentioned, so they're not going to be making this type of a move. Sometimes I like to just scroll through these trades and just laugh at some of these ridiculous ones, because you get people trying to trade for LeBron and only giving up like a second-round pick sometimes. It's hilarious. Or some people saying, hey, the Mavs should go ahead and sell Luka and give him to Denver for Jamal Murray and a first-round pick. Not even close to equitable value. We just saw multiple team executives were asked who's the most valuable player as far as trade value in the entire league, and it was hands down Luka Doncic, the most valuable commodity in the NBA right now. And so one executive was asked by Adrian Wojnarowski, what would a team feasibly give up for Luka Doncic? And they said every single draft pick that they have in their entire repertoire. Every first-round pick, every pick swap, every second-round pick. If they could, trade even further into the future, they would. For teams that have amassed first-round picks, the majority of them would include every single one of those first-round picks as well. I know Thunder fans in the past have been, anxious about that being discussed as well. And Woj anyway had some heat about that, or Woj and Zach LaVine actually were talking about that one. And Zach Lowe was the one that said he had taken heat anyway from Thunder fans saying that they would trade all of those picks and more for a player like that. Well, that's what it would take. And sometimes it's just funny seeing those types of trades being put on to this site. Good comeback here by the Sixers. They are now back within 4. Thibault hits a 3. 4 minutes left. 7-0 run now for the 76ers. 98-94. Remember, after this game, we will have Kyrie Irving's debut with the Dallas Mavericks. Welcome back, Itai. Lakers fleeced them. Do you agree? Yes, I do. Also, what do you think a package would look like in return for Lonnie Walker, Pat Pev, and an unprotected first-round pick? What would the return look like? Specific players. You can actually check out the one we just put out here, Itai. I don't know if you just joined our live, but we literally just made a trade here. You can check that one out. There's one of them we just made. Here it is. Lakers finished deadline shopping. That exact package you just mentioned, Itai, we just made a trade here. We sent Pat Beverly, Lonnie Walker, and a completely unprotected first-round pick in 2029 to the Charlotte Hornets. Why? Because then you fill out your wing rotation. You get Oubre and McDaniels. You also get Mason Plumlee. Meanwhile, the Hornets, this all is about the first-round pick and being completely unprotected in the future. And I think something like this would be the type of trade you could see the Lakers doing. Now, could they go out there and try to get another star player? Sure, but I don't think they have the ammunition for that. I think they need to go more quantity here at the wing, build out their rotation, build up their roster a little bit, and to certainly build up that wing. And getting a guy like Mason Plumlee, a good rebounder, good defender, low post player, that gives them some insurance in case Anthony Davis does have to miss time due to injury. Gives them somebody that can bang with the big guys down low in the postseason. I think this type of a trade would do well for the Lakers, give them enough depth to make them consistent enough to get out of the play-in and into the top 6 of the West before we get to the postseason. And then once they get to the postseason, then you're rolling with a lineup of likely D'Angelo Russell. You're talking about Malik Beasley in your closing lineup. Of course, you got LeBron, and then you play whichever one's the hot hand, Hachimura, Oubre, or McDaniels. And at the 5 spot, you probably play Davis in your closing lineup. But then, as I mentioned, this gives you a lot more depth with your options. But there's one trade for you, Etai. You can check out that one here on Fanspo, where we posted it for you. Any chance the Lakers could get Van Vliet? If so, what would they have to send out? Well, I think it'd have to be something like this. This is literally all that they have to offer. I think that I think the Raptors are hoping for more than just the one unprotected first-round pick, though, in a trade. And just looking at the pieces the Lakers have to trade, what exactly is there for the Toronto Raptors to be excited about when they could easily get more in a trade with other teams that are looking for point guard help? Most notably, the LA Clippers, crosstown rival of the LA Lakers. They could, of course, send out Kennard, they could send out Mann, they could send out a first-round pick and 2 pick swaps. That was the offer that the Clippers gave to the Brooklyn Nets for Kyrie Irving. I think they could do something very similar for Fred VanVleet, especially considering Leonard has played with Fred VanVleet before. I don't think there's any way the Lakers beat an offer the Clippers make. And just the way the Lakers have stacked themselves as far as from a draft pick and asset management status, right now they made their move. They made their move for the big piece in getting D'Angelo Russell. And good on them for doing it, but they did really well in the trade, don't get me wrong, but they're not going to be able to get somebody like Fred VanVleet, especially when other teams still need point guard help. Of course, there's still Kyle Lowry out there on the market, Derrick Rose, there's other point guards that could be used, maybe even signing a free agent like Rajon Rondo somewhere could be another option for teams that need point guard help here at the deadline. Alex Caruso's been mentioned as well. But I think that's pretty much the best the Lakers are going to do, is just filling out their roster with some more options. Just watching the Mavericks kind of warm up with Kyrie. Very excited to see how he does. Can you please make a trade where the Mavericks get Van Vliet or Gary Trent Jr.? I don't think there's a world where the Mavericks would end up with Van Vliet. I don't think they would want Van Vliet at this point. Nice bucket there by the Celtics, 100-95. 3 minutes left, Harden bringing it up. Brogdon guarding him, very good defender. Embiid coming up with Williams, sets the pick. Flips it to the corner, back to Harden. Top of the key now to Embiid, right at the free throw line. Off 1 foot, off the back iron, and no. 2:45 remaining, 5-point game. But let's go ahead and make a trade here. Let's go ahead and reset everything. So you want to see basically a Raptors and Mavericks trade. Foul there on Embiid as he was driving to the bucket. Going to get 2 free throws here. Let's go ahead and pull up the Mavericks again. Now, who could the Mavericks have interest in? I think they'd really love to have OG Anunoby. I'm not sure they have the assets to get it done anymore for that type of a trade. I think they'd have to get lucky with a Tim Hardaway Jr. deal. Trade him somewhere for a first-round pick. I don't think they will. But they'd have to get really lucky by a desperate team. But that's not going to happen, I don't believe. And so I'd go ahead and knock them out of that running. Pascal Siakam could be an interesting piece just because of the bloated contract for him. He is a very effective player, though, for Toronto. I still don't see him being moved at the deadline, so go ahead and cross him off the list. I just mentioned the reasons why Fred VanVleet doesn't make sense for the Mavericks as well. Gary Trent makes a little bit of sense just because of his ability to make shots. But again, he would be an expensive third option as far as a guard. So let's go ahead and make a trade here. Gary Trent, if I'm the Mavericks, my best offer is probably Tim Hardaway Jr. No picks attached, just that would be the trade. Saves the Mavericks some money as far as tax. Doesn't really help them as far as defensive abilities. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better defender. I think Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better playoff performer as well. And Gary Trent Jr., while he's young, has a good future in front of him. I'm not sure the Mavericks would even do that type of a trade. I didn't think it was that hard. I mean, it's just how it's spelled, Itai. I mean, there was what was his name? Reminds me a little bit of a player in the NBA from years ago, Etan Thomas. He played for the Washington Wizards and a couple other teams as well. I can't remember off the top of my head where he ended his career, but Golden State Warriors, I think he played there as well. But that's kind of what your name reminds me a little bit of. Plus, I've heard that name before, I think. I mean, it's been on. It's not a completely uncommon name, and that's how it's spelt too. Now, the last name I'm guessing is Bitton or Bitten, but just kind of depends on how you pronounce the O in that last name. But Itai is not the hard part for me. Trying to remember, who's your favorite team? Is it the Mavericks? I'm going to go ahead and reset this thing real quick while I wait for your answer there. But yeah, tell me who your favorite team is, Itai. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it's Dallas. I get a lot of Dallas fans anyway because I am based in Texas. So YouTube sometimes shows you based off geographical location, different videos, etc. So I do get quite a good Texas fan base. You're an LA kid? Okay. Lakers, Rams, Dodgers. Well, your Rams won the Super Bowl last year. Your Dodgers are pretty darn good, even though I think their window is fading fast, unless they get Shohei. As far as the Lakers, I think your window got a lot more open with the addition of D'Angelo Russell. If you're able to extend him, should be an interesting final few months of the season for them. Boston up by 6 with a minute 45 left. Danny Green with it, or Danny White anyway with it at the top. Flips to Tatum. He's going one-on-one with Thibault. Flips to Brogdon, who drives and almost turns it over. Yep, that's a turnover. 24-second shot clock violation. Let's go ahead and make a trade here with Dallas. They've been rumored to make a number of different deals. Let's go ahead and do one with the Philadelphia 76ers since we're watching them play. Let's go ahead and offload a contract for them. Say they need to get rid of JaVale McGee's deal. Furkan Korkmaz has been wanting to be traded by the 76ers. That could work there. It still gives the Mavericks some long-term money in Korkmaz for next season, but it would be an expiring deal, something they could easily attach in a trade after the season. So maybe something like that could work. But 76ers are looking to save some money on their tax bill this year, so they'd have to include another deal on this one. Say they want to include a guy like Niang. Makes some sense for them to add to this deal. Let's go ahead and add a pick as well for the Mavericks to eat that contract. Go ahead and say they include the 27 second rounder. Mavericks add a future trade asset. Fails because it's a little bit too much for the Mavericks to take on. You see Levine to the Nets. I don't think that'll happen, primarily because I think the Nets, I think he'd be a great option there, but I just think the Bulls are not willing to sell as of yet. I think he would be a great fit there after the season, but I think the Bulls are literally going to stand pat at the deadline unless they decide to tinker around the edges with like a Caruso, a White, a Williams, a Drummond, a Dragic, pieces like that where they could move around the periphery of their roster. Let's go ahead and make another move here, shall we? Let's make a bigger move. Let's say Dallas decides to move Christian Wood. We've talked a little bit about that with the LA Clippers. The two teams that play tonight. Christian Wood, been the second best player on the Mavericks all year. Second leading scorer anyway. Say they include Christian Wood because they're not sure they can extend him. And so they just said, hey, we'll go ahead and cash in our chips right now. If they do that, they're going to want somebody who can take over his spot in the lineup right now. To me, that would be a guy like Robert Covington. So go ahead and put him in the deal. For me, I really liked what Amir Coffey did for the Clippers last year. I would absolutely demand that Coffey be included in this deal. I don't care if I get another pick back out of it. He's the player I want for the long term on that cheap of a contract. He's not getting many minutes this year. His shooting numbers look terrible because of his poor usage, and I think he'd get really have a nice role in Dallas. Good, long, lanky player. I think he torched the Mavericks in the game that he played against them. Had like 20-plus points in a game against them last year. He would be the piece I would want if I'm Dallas out of that deal. And now you're still looking at a deal that's pretty comparable here. But I know the Mavericks are still looking for more guard help. There's some rumors about John Wall possibly being cut after the deadline anyway. So maybe they're able to give him a backup 5 as well for John Wall. And there you go. Let's go ahead and make the trade. No draft pick compensation for either team. Mavericks go ahead and divest themselves of Christian Wood, resulting in more defensive switchable lineup anyway with Robert Covington. They get John Wall to be the off-the-bench guy, kind of their third guard, if you will, to take over when Kyrie or Luka go out of the game and allow him to be back in more of his traditional role as a slasher. And as far as the Clippers have been using him, he's been used very differently there. But should be a very interesting type of a trade if they were to get this kind of thing done. 15 seconds left. Boston with a 6-point lead. This game looks like it's over. Just waiting for them to get to the LA and Maverick game here. See if anything does happen here. Just going to update our page to see if anything's breaking. Mavericks saving $1.8 million against the cap, reduces their tax bill by almost $7 million. Tyrell Terry again retired a couple years ago because of anxiety issues. Everybody thought he was a steal in the draft, and he looked like it. He played well for them in the summer league, but had his issues off the court and decided to retire and step away from basketball. Sometimes life is more important. Doesn't look like anything else is happening right now, but Dallas gets a nice savings there, saving themselves about $7 million in taxes. I like that for Dallas. Let's go back to that trade we just made. Just looking at Dallas, this impacts them by giving them $2.4 million more in additional salary. This would basically give them the money back that they would have saved in that Tyrell Terry decision by the NBA. But this does give them a couple of rotation pieces here in Covington and Wall. With Coffey, I think, with the loss of Dorian Finney-Smith, I think Coffey would also be a rotation piece for them as well. I think he'd be more of a 3-4 guy for them as opposed to a 2-3. Mavericks are going to play a little bit smaller, more switchable on defense. Think of the way the Golden State Warriors have played over the past few years with Draymond Green at center. Lineups like that is probably what you're going to see with Kyrie going to the Mavericks. Josh Hart going to the Knicks. Really? Yep, that one coming from Woj right now. Let me check out our Twitter page real quick. Been a while since I've been on this one. Still on our baseball one. Basketball. Curious to see what the return is. My guess is probably Cam Reddish, because that side of it makes some changes. Huh. One of the Blazers reporters was saying Josh Hart appears to have left the court with a few minutes to go before Tip was dapping and hugging teammates. Okay, here we go. Waiting to see the return here. We're probably going to take a few seconds of break just to post a 15-second video on it. Let's go ahead and refresh it just to see what the return is. My guess again is Cam Reddish. Maybe there's other pieces in this deal as well. A little bit surprised Hart is going to go to the Knicks. But this does reunite Josh Hart with Jalen Brunson. The Villanova backcourt is back together. And we're about to get the debut of Kyrie Irving with the Dallas Mavericks. Cam Reddish. That's a pretty good return for the Knicks, though. Break down the trade here in just a moment. I'll go ahead and get this fixed up. Just looking up some of the news for just a second. You guys might actually get to watch me do a short video for just a moment. Literally a 15-second one. There we go. Whoa! Holy smokes. Look at the return, though. Josh Hart for a protected future first-round pick and Cam Reddish. Holy smokes. Like, Cam Reddish is worth 2 second-round picks. Okay, you're telling me Josh Hart is worth roughly 5 second-round picks right now, which basically is a first-rounder plus a second? Wow. That's a big return for the Trailblazers and solves their issue at the wing. They were pretty much played as a small team, even with Josh Hart, because of Anthony Simon's size and Damian Lillard's size. Now they get a little bit more beef up in the wing spot. Gives them some insurance in case Jeremy Grant decides to leave. Really like this trade. Let me go ahead and get this video done for you guys. Yeah. You can see on the glasses the rings. Gotta avoid those when you're doing some YouTube. The Portland Trailblazers have... And yes, that happens a lot too. The Portland Trailblazers have traded Josh Hart to the New York Knicks in exchange for Cam Reddish and a protected first-round pick. You heard me right. Josh Hart goes to the New York Knicks, reunites with the Villanova partner in Jalen Brunson. Let us know in the comments what you think of the trade and join us live. And you also run out of time sometimes when you do the video, so third time is the charm. And don't be fuzzy. The Portland Trailblazers have traded Josh Hart to the New York Knicks in exchange for forward Cam Reddish and a protected first-round pick, reuniting Josh Hart with his former Villanova teammate Jalen Brunson. Let us know in the comments what you think of the trade and join us live here on YouTube for reaction. So there you go. You got to watch a live video being made. There you go. Full video is coming now, obviously. Full breakdown of the trade. So first and foremost, what do the New York Knicks get? They get a kind of a two-way player in Josh Hart. He is a little bit diminutive as far as size. That was the issue I had with the New York Knicks bringing him in. Of course, we knew Cam Reddish was already going out of town. The interesting part here, though, is the protected first-round pick. They must really like the addition of Josh Hart to this team. I think they really like the idea of what this does for them being able to partner Brunson with Hart, who again they were partners or they were backcourt teammates anyway with the Villanova team in college. Kind of gets them back together again. I'm curious again what this does on the defensive end of the floor and what this means for the long-term future of Quigley. Does this mean that they found a taker for a Quigley trade? Are they willing to get a bigger deal done with him? Let us know in the comments section what you think of the trade overall. But for me, I think Portland absolutely wins this trade. Just because the first-round pick that they're getting back from the Knicks, that's worth it in and of itself. Plus, it gets them a little bit more size as they try to make a little bit of a run here into the play-in tournament, maybe even cracking the top 6 in the West. Do I think that gets them into the top 6? No, because I think Josh Hart is a better player than Cam Reddish, but I think Cam Reddish is a better fit for what the Blazers are going to need going forward. They have Gary Payton that's coming back from injury this year, who kind of fills the role of what Josh Hart was for that team, and they kind of double-dipped a little bit in double-dipped as far as money there. They've basically given more minutes now to Gary Payton as far as a guard, and now they give more minutes to Cam Reddish at the wing. Curious to see what they do with Nurkic now that Vanderbilt is no longer available to be traded. They may end up holding on to him here at the deadline. This may be it for Portland. But a nice move here for Portland, getting a future pick. Also, this does restock the system, though, for them. Say that say Damian Lillard after the season says, I'm done, I want out of town. Then they can go ahead and try to keep Cam Reddish by signing him to a big contract, because other teams are not necessarily going to give him a big, heavy salary as well. But the Trailblazers will then be able to get even more picks for a trade for Damian Lillard. Do I think this trade ultimately works out for Portland in the long run, even if they keep Lillard? I do. I like the way they get the first-round pick here. I don't think Josh Hart was a perfect fit in that backcourt, and I don't think he's a perfect fit in the Knicks backcourt either. That's why I think the Portland Trailblazers win this trade, just because of that first-round pick. On the other side of the equation, again, the Knicks move off of a player that they were not using at all. We're going to see the debut of Kyrie Irving here in just a moment with the Dallas Mavericks. Watching the game on Bally Sports or ESPN, those of you who are watching with us on YouTube, we really appreciate you guys joining us. Very curious to see how it goes for him. But no Luka Doncic tonight for the Dallas Mavericks. Kyrie gets back to his old number 2. He's averaging 27 points a game with Brooklyn, shooting 49% from the floor, 37% from 3. Little bit of a downgrade from three-point shooting anyway over Spencer Dinwiddie. So we'll see, if Dallas misses that three-point shooting percentage anyway. Dinwiddie was playing very well for them from that perspective, but Irving certainly has a higher ceilings anyway, and that's why they brought him in. But Mavericks going with an all-white uniform. Looks like Paul George will be. Is he out? Nope, he just hadn't taken off the warm-ups yet. Never mind. Thought for a second he was out. The Clippers, though, are starting to get on a roll again now that they have their core back together. Leonard back healthy and playing his regular role. They're 8-2 in their last 10. And again, they're still looking to make some changes here at the deadline. They're looking for both a point guard. They're also looking for a big guy. They're also looking for a defensive big guy. So let us know in the comment section what you guys think. Kyrie is starting for Dallas along with Reggie Bullock, Dwight Powell, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Josh Green. Clippers are going to counter with Zubac, Leonard, Morris, George, and Jackson by the looks of it. No, Mann by the looks of it. Paul George at the top, gives to Kawhi, goes against Josh Green, gets inside, up, over the top, short, Hardaway the rebound, brings it up the floor, and the first touch for Kyrie, he goes up against Terrence Mann, top of the key, Powell sets the pick, George switches, Kyrie passes to Hardaway, back to Irving, jab step, three-point shot, first shot is a Maverick, off the back iron, no good, and an offensive rebound for Dwight Powell and Josh Green. Fantastic effort there. Hardaway dribbles, got Kawhi on him now, rises from 3 again, and right down the well, 3-0 Dallas. Hardaway did perform very well in the playoffs against the Clippers a couple of years ago, hoping to get back into that form as he rounds into shape after missing a ton of time due to injury at the end of last year. Three-point shot for Mann here over Irving, and that is good. We're tied at 3. The one issue Dallas is going to have with the backcourt of Irving and Doncic is they're going to have some issues guarding some of the smaller guards, some of the more offensively minded teams out there. Even with some of the mediocre offenses out there, they're going to have their issues there. Bullock from the corner. That one's good from 3. It's a three-point shooting gallery at the moment. 6-3 Dallas. Almost every shot has been taken from 3. George drives. Hardaway stops that drive. Doubled. Picks up his dribble. Flips to Morris at the top. Over to Mann on the left wing. Dribbles inside. Layup. Rattles around and down. 6-5. 10 minutes left here in the first quarter. Still waiting for the first basket for Kyrie. Mann with very tough coverage on him. Kyrie drives to the bucket. Flips it up with the left hand. Oh my God! What a dunk by Dwight Powell over the top of Zubac. That's a poster. What a nice dunk there. 8-5 the score right now. Paul George gets a pick and nails the 3, and we're back tied at 8. These teams have met in the last couple of playoffs. Been a fantastic series both times. Another three-point shot. This one is good. Nice shooting here by both teams. I think that was Bullock that had that one go down. He's got an early 6. Kawhi off the fadeaway, trying to draw a foul. Green was straight up. Off the back iron, no good. Bullock wide open again. Rattles another one home. 3 for 3 for Reggie Bullock. He's got 9 early points and a timeout here by the Clippers. That's the one thing that's been missing from Reggie Bullock's game this year is he's really struggled from three. I think he's been shooting around 32, 35%. Usually he's around 40% as a three-point shooter. And Dallas really needs him to step forward, especially now with them being a little bit more limited at the wing. Having Josh Green and Reggie Bullock is probably their only two guys that can really defend the wing, along with Tim Hardaway Jr. They're playing all three of them in the game today in the starting lineup. That will change, of course, once Luka comes back into the lineup. One of those guys will go to the bench. My guess is probably Tim Hardaway Jr. But very interesting start to the game anyway. 14-8 Dallas on top. 3-point shooting barrage right now. While we wait for them to get back from commercial break, just going to double check and see if anything else has happened. Still waiting for updates, confirmation on the trade to be finalized. Cam Reddish and a first to Portland in exchange for Josh Hart. Looks like we might have some feedback on some of our trades. Just some random ideas. This guy always responds on some of my posts anyway. ACJACBB. He really likes Nicholas Batum. You'd pass if you're the Pelicans if they made that 3 first-round picks. Trade for Anunoby. I don't know. I'd probably do it if I were them because they still have a wealth of picks even after that. Let's go ahead and check out and see if we got any other interesting trade proposals. And go ahead and refresh the page as well. There's a Caruso trade for those of you who are Lakers fans. I know we had one comment earlier asking about Caruso possibly going to LA. Don't think that'll happen really, but maybe. I think what they're doing here is getting Derrick Rose back to his former team, Caruso back to his former team, with Beverly just being the change filled in here. Obviously not going to happen. These are the kind of ridiculous trades that you'll never see, but you always see like in the chat rooms and stuff like that. No NBA trade is going to have 9 players for 9 players. It's just not going to happen that way. This one's not a bad trade idea here. Let's go ahead and check on it. Obviously, we've got Jay Crowder and Gordon Hayward going to the Cavs, solving their issue at the 3. Kevin Love goes to the Hornet to kind of solve their issues as far as finances with Gordon Hayward. And the Suns get essentially a second-round pick and Isaac Okoro, one of the players that Cleveland is very reluctant to give up. Meanwhile, the Suns only give up Jay Crowder, so that's actually not a bad trade all the way around. I actually like this one for all 3. Looks like we're back from commercial break. Kawhi has it up at the top of the key. Another quick shot here by George. And, ball rattled around a little bit. Oh, nice steal here by Green. Drives. Dunk! Emphatic dunk. He is quite a dunker. He should be in a dunk contest at some point. But he's had some nasty throwdowns this year. Doesn't look like we have any lineup changes out of the timeout, though. Morris has it on the wing against Kyrie. Kyrie reaching and reaching and reaching. Air ball there. Looks like it goes out of bounds off Zubac. Looks like they're not going to call a foul underneath on Powell. Could have called one there, though. Refs letting him play. Mavericks were very insistent on bringing in Kyrie Irving. That's why they gave up such a big package for him when compared to other offers that were on the table. Dwight Powell with it, trying to find somebody to pass the ball to. Gives to Kyrie over Zubac. His first bucket as a Maverick goes down, and it's a 10-point lead for Dallas without Luka. Wow. It's not like they've outworked either team. It's still been very close. I expect this to get back, within single digits very quickly, obviously. But Dallas has opened the game very well. They're making their shots right now. Kawhi with his patented 2 steps to the middle. Shot over Green, no good. Good defense again by Green. Kawhi quickly flips to Bullock. Nice shot here by Irving, wide open from the corner. They tried to put Zubac on him, no good. That wasn't a good defensive play. And Bullock with the assist there, 21-8 now. They're overplaying Irving so far in this game, literally trying to block the ball from going to him. George twists, flips it up, no good. Zubac, no good. Foul down low. This one might be on Bullock or Powell. But Irving has a quick 5 now. 7:15 left here in the first quarter. One of two is good for Zubac. 21-9. Green brings it up. Now Irving has it. A pick by Powell. Switch. George has him. Another 3 for Irving. Around and down. 3-point shooting for Dallas right now is off the charts. A 15-point lead. That's what you want to see if you're the Mavericks, is starting seeing those threes start to fall again. That's the trouble the Clippers had with them in the postseason. Mann finds an opening on the wing there. Nice 2-point shot, finds a way down. 13-point game, 24-11. Hardaway has it. Powell with it above the 3-point line. Hands to Irving. Drives into the lane, flips to Hardaway in the corner. Wide open, off the back iron, no good. Leonard with the rebound. Flips out to Mann, wide open 3. No good. Irving with the rebound this time. And back down the floor the Mavericks come. Mavericks playing with a little bit more pace here with Irving in the lineup. Nice stop on a dime for Irving. No good on the shot, though. That's one thing that the Mavericks have not had. They've been one of the worst teams as far as transition in the entire NBA. Averaging, 12 points a game at best in transition. Right now, they've probably got half of that already in the first quarter. Hardaway Jr. flips to Powell at the top. Now he hands to Green down the lane. Absorbs the contact. George is whistled for the foul. That was the issue in the playoff series against the Clippers, is that George had issues staying out of foul trouble against this Dallas team. No Luka on the floor this time, though, to draw those fouls. And Josh Green goes to the line. He had a nice game against the Utah Jazz when the Mavericks were very limited with their roster after the trade for Kyrie. No Luka in that game as well. And he scored a career-high 29 points, as did Jalen Hardy. Looks like we're going to see a JaVale McGee sighting here. And that one off the front iron, 1 of 2 for Green there on the free throws. Mann brings it up, flips to Zubac at the top, hands to Kawhi. Powell on him. Flips to Mann again in the corner, wide open. And this one around and down. Clippers coming back here a little bit. 9-point game. And Irving to bring it up. Wide open again. This is a much faster moving ball for Dallas right now. Wide open shot for Reggie Bullock again. 4 of 4 from 3 for Reggie Bullock. He's the story of the quarter so far. 12 points now for Reggie Bullock. And a 12-point lead for Dallas. Wide open in the corner is Kawhi. Dribbles away from the rushing defense. Hands to Morris, who misses a free throw line shot. And Dallas again getting punished down inside due to their lack of size. Zubac easily able to tip it up and in. Biggest man on the floor for the Mavericks right now is Dwight Powell. Everybody else is like 6'7" and under. I think the Clippers right now have 4 players on the floor right now higher or taller than 6'7". Hardaway flips to Bullock in the corner again. 5 of 5. Reggie Bullock is on fire. 15 points in the quarter for Bullock. This might be a career high for a quarter for Reggie Bullock. And we're still 4 minutes left here in the quarter. That's a foul on offensive foul on Paul George, hooking him with the hip on Kyrie Irving. That's going to be 2 fouls on Irving. On Paul George. Looks like Norman Powell's going to come into the game for the Clippers for him. But Reggie Bullock is on fire. Reggie is playing with some serious confidence right now. Looks like we might have another timeout, possibly. Or is this a technical? Something's happening anyway. Nope, it's just half the Clippers team was out on the floor. Refs telling Tyronn Lue to back away from Kyrie Irving. Give him some space. Or now what's the delay here? Thank you, Drake. Mavericks make a change here with Wright coming into the game and Hardy. Looks like Irving is off the floor. McGee is in the game as well. And Hardy, nice flip up and in. He continues his hot stretch of play here. Gets his first two. Mavericks back to a 15-point advantage. Hardy with the foul here. That's the one issue that the Mavericks are still going to have to work with him as they try to get him more minutes down the stretch this season, is his play on the defensive end of the floor. If they're going to trust him to be the guard coming off the bench and not a defensive guy, then he's going to have to play a lot better on the defensive end of the floor while still being a fire starter on the offensive end. Hardy unable to get set defensively and easily inbounds the ball to Reggie Jackson. A catch and shoot three from an out-of-bounds position. Not a good start defensively for Hardy here. McGee sets the pick for Hardy, flips it up, blocked by Powell. Hardaway with it with 7 on the shot clock. Looks like he's going to jack a three. No, he drives. That's a tough shot. Off the back iron, no good. McGee, offensive rebound again. Reggie Bullock finally misses one from 3. That one looked like it was going to go down, but a little bit too much, a little too hard off that front iron. Morris off balance, no good. McGee on the inside makes the rebound, gets it out in front to Bullock. Absorbed a lot of contact, but no foul called. Missed the layup. Back the other way they come again. Windshield wiper basketball, as Rick Carlisle would say. Powell trying to use his emphasis to draw a call. No avail there. And back the other way once again we go. Hardaway jacks a 3 in transition and nails it. When Hardaway is on, he can do those kinds of things. When he's off, those shots look absolutely atrocious. And he's got a little snarl to him right now. Maybe he's starting to get a little bit more locked in as well. That's going to be a foul on Powell running over Wright. Good defensive start here for Dallas. Red hot shooting from 3 as well. You'll probably see Kyrie Irving come back into the game before the end of the first quarter. He will probably be the one that leads the second unit now with Dinwiddie out of town. He's probably going to take over that role as the lead point guard on that second unit when Doncic is out of the game, so I guess that's why they're taking him out a little early. Doncic usually plays the entire first quarter and then rests for the first 6 minutes of the second quarter. That's usually the rotation as far as how things work with the Mavericks. I think they're taking Spencer Dinwiddie's role and giving that to Kyrie and then seeing how they develop from there, see if they can get even further beyond that as well. But seems like Kyrie's meshed so far pretty well with his new team. Made a few buckets. Had a good impression so far with his new club. But I'm curious to see what happens with this second unit and how he takes over when he's asked to literally be the primary ball handler and the only scoring option on the floor, because the Mavericks second unit does not have a lot of offensive weapons beyond it or on it right now. Christian Wood is probably that best piece, but he's more of the first unit because he usually comes in a lot earlier than this. I wonder if his role is going to change, especially when you consider that the Mavericks are still going to make other moves, it looks like, with Tim Hardaway Jr. and may end up trading Christian Wood here at the deadline as well. So this seems like a project that's not complete yet for the Mavericks, but so far so good on the returns for Kyrie Irving. All All right, while we wait for them to get back from commercial break once again, let's just double check and see if anything else is happening from around the NBA. We posted a video while we were live here with you guys just a few minutes ago, basically illustrating the trade that we just saw between the New York Knicks and the Portland Trailblazers. Portland getting Cam Reddish and a protected first-round pick, I think, are the clear winners in this trade just because they already had a redundancy on their roster with Hart and Payton playing very similar roles in that offense. I think Hart is going to have his job or his role cut out for him, his work cut out for him, if you will, in New York, just because he's going to have a smaller backcourt mate in Jalen Brunson. They've worked well together before in Villanova, but that's college. This is professional basketball. Smaller defensive guards, anyway, are going to have some issues as they go against bigger players, and that's where I think the Knicks, even though they're getting two decent players on the defensive end, they play very similarly defensively, and so that's why I would have gone with a bigger guard, maybe even a smaller forward to try to get some more defense, some more size on the floor. That's why I thought the trade of Josh Hart originally wasn't the best option for the Knicks, but for the Portland Trailblazers, how can you say no to that? I mean, you're getting a first-round pick for a player who's basically a redundancy on your roster, and you're getting a shot at a wing here with Cam Reddish and his offensive upside. If you can get his production on that on your roster and be able to extend him after the season, the Blazers could really have something. And if things don't work out, you still have the first-round pick. Then you still have the trade request coming, I'd imagine anyway, for Damian Lillard, and be able to continue to build your roster from there. They're interviewing Luka during the game, something you almost never see, but he's injured today. So George Sedano interviewing him on ESPN right now. Leading second in the NBA right now in scoring, 33.4 points per game. Doesn't look like the Mavs have made any changes out of the timeout. Hardaway, off-balance shot, off the rim, knew it was no good, chased his own miss, tips it up and in. Irving liked that one. That was a nice... Everybody gives Irving a lot of stuff for his off-the-court issues, and that's understandable, wherever you are on that. But on the court, the man is all about basketball. You can tell that. Hardaway Jr. steps into a three there, off the front iron. No good. Batum saves it into Jackson, and they push it up the floor. Looks like we're going to have some substitutions here in just a moment. Looks like Kennard is on the floor, and Batum are the changes for the Clippers. Looks like they've also made a change down low. I can't tell who they brought off the bench there. Bullock flips it down inside to McGee. Dunk. That's a mismatch there. McGee showcasing his size here before the trade deadline. Nice defense here by Wright, pressuring Jackson all the way up the floor. Norm Powell, another floater, no good. We're going to have a foul, though, on the rebound. Or is this on the gather, they're saying? On the gather, they're saying JaVale McGee committed the foul. 40-21 right now. Mavericks in front, 19-point advantage. Again, no Luka tonight. Norman Powell, the last two games, 56 points, 26 in one and 30 in the other. Really enjoy the way he plays the game. Surprised that Portland gave him up along with Robert Covington, basically in a salary dump to try to make some splashes in free agency. Looks like Theo Pinson and Josh Green are back on the floor for the Mavericks. No Kyrie Irving as of yet. He might come in at the quarter break. Christian Wood is in the game for Dallas. Hardy with it at the top. Drives. Nice drive there, but Wood gets the rebound. Looks like they're going to call a foul on the drive, though. Hardy is very active offensively. Mavericks have needed somebody to be able to drive to the bucket. I really like what he's bringing to Dallas right now. Dallas is going to use that certainly in the playoffs, I'd imagine. They don't really have anybody outside of Luka right now that drives the basketball. Kyrie is another guy now that they've made that trade, will help out with that. But before the trade, Dinwiddie used to lead the league in drives to the basket, and he's certainly taken a step back on that this year. But without Dinwiddie there, they're going to ask Hardy to do some of what he did right there. Drive to the basket, make some plays happen, and don't always look for your shot, but Certainly, certainly try to get to the hole first, and if you can't get all the way there, make a pass, make a play, create some activities, create mismatches. Offensive foul, offhand, looks like Reggie Jackson extended that off arm to try to shield off the defender. And Wright has been very good, very active defensively. He has been right in the grill. Yep, well, he jumped right into Wright, who was a good 2 feet away from him as he was running parallel to him. Offensive player clearly initiated the contact, and then he extended the arm for good measure. Wood with it at the top of the key, hands to Hardy. Looks like they got the mismatch again. Hardy drives, flips it up, and off the iron, no good. He's got to be able to finish some of those, though, if he's going to attack that often. Mavericks still lead by 18. 6 seconds left here in the quarter. Picked by Batum. Powell rises over Wood and buries it at the horn. 16-point advantage, though, for Dallas going into the second. Probably see Kyrie come off the bench here to start the second quarter as well. But not a bad debut for Kyrie. Really good start for Reggie Bullock and the Dallas Mavericks. A lot of the Mavericks people are posting about JaVale McGee being the first big man off of the bench for Dallas tonight. Seems like he might be being showcased tonight. So do not hold the rotations tonight to any account. Of course, they're without Luka anyway, so the rotations are going to be a little off anyway. But it looks like the Dallas Mavericks are showcasing JaVale McGee a little bit before the deadline here tonight. Again, the reason why he's not necessarily the starter on this team is that he didn't work very well with Luka. They wanted to go a little bit more switchable on defense, more athletic at that position. And JaVale McGee, while he's a good 5-man, really is a good defensive player down low against some of the bigger centers in the NBA, like a DeAndre Ayton, Jonas Valanciunas, players like that. They wanted to have a little bit better, more athletic guy like a Dwight Powell, a Maxi Kleba, ideally at that spot, and that, unfortunately for JaVale, left him as the odd man out of the rotation. Now, Maxi's been out for the last couple of months due to injury. He is expected back here within the next couple of weeks. He has started his one-on-one activity again. He had surgery to repair an injury to his hamstring, and he should be back around the All-Star break as well. So Mavericks are going to get some reinforcements there. Just going to refresh the page just to see if anything's happening as of yet. Doesn't look like it. So while we wait, let's go ahead and check out some more trade ideas that have been posted anyway. One of my favorite sites, just to kind of get ideas for what my team could do or what some other trades that we could see happen. Some really interesting stuff out there. Collins to the Heat, I don't think that makes any sense. That's another one of those crazy trades that I do not see happening at all. Old school trade there. Another John Collins trade. Sorry, no, get him away. Heat and Pistons. That one makes some sense here. Let's go ahead and check on it. There's some rumors out there that Bogdanovich has basically been pulled off of the market by the Pistons. What the heck? This makes zero sense. I'm guessing they're saying pick swaps in 26 and in 24. So basically the Pistons would be getting a first-round pick, 2 swaps, Jovic and Robinson. Basically you're taking on a horrible contract, giving up your best player this year, and getting a first and a couple of swaps. I would say no if I'm the Pistons on this one. Well, for some reason it's not wanting to load. There we go. This type of blockbuster is not going to happen before the trade deadline, so hold off on that. Turnover there by Hardy. Again, young player still doing young player things. Nice drive there by Jackson. Flips it out to Powell. Misses a wide open three. Wood with the rebound, pushing it up the floor. Kennard picks him up and flips it up and in. Nice play there by... I didn't even click on anything there. Why is my screen moving? I'm just going to leave it on this one. I'm wondering if it's their site that's causing it to move. Anyway, nice rebound here by Pinson. Gives it to Irving. Pinson's a player that's known more for his bench abilities, has some nice three-point shooting numbers, but his play on the floor leaves a lot to be desired so far. And yet again, his defense leaves a lot to be desired there. This is a player I would expect the Mavericks to try to include in a trade here at the deadline as kind of a filler piece. He's good for the bench, but every time I see him on the floor, it just leaves so many questions for this roster. I think you could do better by going to the free agent market and try to pick up a bigger wing, somebody who can play defense. They do have Markieff Morris on the roster now as well. He has not entered the game as of yet. Got to wonder about his conditioning because he wasn't playing at all for the Nets earlier. Jackson rises over Wood, no good. Pinson with the rebound, and he's going to bring it up the floor. Picked up by Kennard at the top of the key. Kennard is not a good defender, so this is a position where I would attack if I'm Pinson. Offensive foul on Pinson. Batum takes the charge. Just a player that's not paying attention to where he's going. I mean, you can root for the guy, I suppose, but I just don't think he has... I think Pinson's a good two-way contract player, somebody you can count on late, to eat some minutes at the end of a game when you're up or down by 20. But at this point in his career, he's not ready for consistent minutes. That's another foul that should have been called on Pinson that wasn't. Refs giving him a break there. Hardy with a foul down low. Mavericks and their lack of size right now really showing. Some bad offensive possessions with Pinson, some bad defensive possessions by Pinson and Hardy here. The momentum that they had in the first quarter seems to have gone away rather quickly. Nice flip up and in over Wood down low by Jackson. Green pushes it up the floor quickly. That ball was airmailed by Green. I mean airmailed. A cross-court pass. Usually he doesn't make those type of plays, and he knows he messed up on that one. Whether it slipped out of his hand or not, that was not a good decision there by Green. Jackson flips to Covington, drives in on Wood. Nice block by Wood. He's really improved on that end of the floor as well. Hardy, right down the lane, throws it down. Wow. They going to call a foul too? They are. That was impressive. That's the end of the floor Hardy's going to have to make his impact right now and try to continue to improve on the defensive end. But his way to playing time right now for the Mavericks is playing on that offensive end and converting on those drives to the bucket. He's going to have to learn real quick about how to get better with touch around the rim, but that time, no touch needed, just literally forced it down. Nice work there. 7 minutes, 6 points, 2 fouls. Another three-point shot, this one over Irving. Norm Powell makes that one, back to a 16-point advantage. They haven't really gone to Irving yet on the offensive end of the floor. Batum is guarding Irving. Really good, long, lanky defender. Irving rises, not in rhythm at all. And that was no good. Deflection there. Powell drives on Wood. Another block by Wood. Nice work there. This is what he was doing before he fractured his thumb. That pass was a little off. Hardy and Wood not able to connect on that one. A little hard on the pass. I think if you just loft that one up there to Wood, he has an easy dunk down low. Christian Wood, though, with a couple of blocks on back-to-back possessions, though. Foul here on Irving. Reach. Or are they going to call it on No, they're going to call it on green for a block. Okay. Irving's got 8 points so far in his debut with Dallas. Would like to see him try to get in a two-man game with Wood here, just to see what they can do. Another three-pointer here by Powell, and he's starting to get hot here. 13-point advantage. Mavericks advantage kind of getting slimmed up here a little bit. Would like to see Dallas go with a little bit bigger lineup. Take Pinson out here and put Bullock back in or whatever. Oh, another horrible pass. This one by Irving to Wood. And out of bounds, Clippers. Mavericks tried to save it in, but it's going to be Clippers ball right now. Irving threw it off the backboard as he was trying to connect with Wood. He thought he was going to go up for the alley-oop, but Christian Wood is not an alley-oop type player. He catches it and then finishes. Maybe the Mavericks could use a guy like Markieff Morris for some size here in this game. As of yet, that has not happened. Hardaway is in there. Bullock is in there. They've taken Green out and Hardy. Or no, Green is still in there. Hardy is out. And Pinson. Rebound here by Green. Dribbles it up the floor. Picked up by Batum. Wood goes to work against Covington and is fouled. Or I should say mauled by Robert Covington. That will be the first on Covington. Curious to see how Dallas uses Markieff Morris. He's a player that does have some good size at a position that they absolutely need some size here. Another foul here on Covington, trying to avoid the catch here by Wood all the way out at the half court. Shares a chuckle with the referee. That's 2 quick fouls here in 4 minutes. Kyrie Irving to inbound. And now they get the ball into Wood. This time no foul. Irving with it against Covington. One-on-one, jab step, drives all the way to the bucket. A layup trickles in over the rim. And Irving has his first points here of the quarter. Man got his feet a little tangled up there with himself, but is able to keep his dribble. Hands to Powell, goes around the corner on Hardaway rather easily. No rim protection there, of course. And a layup is good. Back to a 13-point advantage. Powell's played well so far today. But this is all without Kawhi and Paul George on the floor. Actually, Paul George is now back on the floor. My apologies there. Covington and Wood battling again. Turnover here by Wood as he tried to pass it down low to Green. Jackson wide open in the corner. No good. Tapped out by Mann, but right to Hardaway. 4-on-4 as they come up the floor. Irving had a layup, but was held up there by Reggie Jackson before he could catch that one. Probably be a side out of bounds here, and it is. Let's see if anything else has happened over the last couple of minutes while we wait for them to inbound the ball. The protection on that pick for the New York Knicks sounds like it could become 4 future second-round picks. So that's the protections there. Nice three-point shot here by Irving. He's now got 13 points in the game. Timeout LA once again, 51-35. Irving starting to catch fire a little bit. But that trade with the New York Knicks and the Portland Trailblazers, very interesting, just the way they've done it. I still love the outcome here for Portland, and I really love the protections on this, because usually when you see a protected first-round pick, it's a trade of, or if it's a protected first-round pick, if it doesn't transfer that year, you get 2 second-round picks. Not the case here. They're making sure they get their equity back and get 4 seconds. So if I'm Portland, if it's a first-round pick, great. If it's not, then it can come all the way down and get you 4 seconds. Those second-round picks, once you're talking about deadline deals, those draft trades become invaluable. If one of those second-round picks turns out to be in the top 40, say it's pick number 39, that pick could then be parlayed into 3 more second round picks. There's all kinds of things that you can do with those seconds, and that you're getting 4 of them if it doesn't become a first. That's really impressive work there by Portland. Really love the trade for them. Josh Hart, I mean, I thought he would probably net a first round pick in a trade, but not only did you get a first round pick, you're getting Cam Reddish, a lottery ticket here at the wing position. You're not just getting salary filler. I really like this for the Portland Trailblazers. And if they don't want Cam Reddish, they could easily turn around and say, hey, Cam, bye. We'll go ahead and take the 2 second round picks right now. And then we get for sure a minimum of 6 second round picks, all for Josh Hart. That's nice work there by Portland. Obviously, Jalen Brunson is ecstatic about the trade there, reuniting with his former Villanova teammate. The deadline is tomorrow. We will be live for you guys bright and early, 8 a.m. Central Time. We'll go all the way through the deadline until a few hours afterward, breaking down every deal from the deadline as well, as long as we don't lose our voice here tonight. So far, so good, though. Making sure to stay hydrated. Probably not talk pretty much at all after I get off the air, as much as I can. But feel free to join us. You guys kind of watched me make one of my short videos here earlier on the air. That's literally all it takes nowadays. But some of my longer videos obviously are a lot more involved than that. Didn't put any tags on that video, though. I'll probably put some of those on there for you guys. That way when you're searching, say, like the New York Knicks, that video will pull up. Or if you're pulling up or searching Josh Hart on YouTube, that video will pull up. Without the tags on it, it really won't. So that's why I got to go back there and fix that. But as I mentioned, we'll be doing live coverage for you guys tomorrow. When bigger trades happen, we'll probably step away for a moment, record the video, put the tags on it, all those kinds of things, while y'all take a minute, get a fresh drink, etc. I know I took off of work tomorrow just for that reason, for the deadline. George, and tough shot there. Not really good defense, though, in my opinion. Makes the shot. 51-37 here, 6:29 left in the second quarter. Irving with it against Powell. Gets doubled by Mann. Flips to Bullock. Into the center with Wood. Covington is all over him once again. Foul on Covington. That'll be his third. And he's going to have to go out of the game here. I'd imagine they're going to probably bring back Morris into the game now. Kawhi has re-entered the game. Covington is not looking good against Christian Wood, that's for sure. Doesn't seem to know how to defend him. First shot is good. 15-point advantage. A lot of Lakers fans in attendance. LeBron becoming the NBA's all-time leading scorer last night. Put a video out about that. Congratulations, LeBron. Congratulations, Kareem. 2 of 2 there for Wood. Full court pressure here by Irving. Haven't seen him do that too much in his career. Very rarely is asked to do that. Trying to make a good impression on his new team, I'm sure. Paul George, nice, tough, hard drive there to the bucket. Makes it. Looks like they're going to run their offense through George here over the next few minutes. Offense stagnates for Dallas. Irving with like 6 on the shot clock heaves a deep one off the backboard and no good. Nice deflection there by Irving, but nice block there by Green. Nice work. Irving kind of dove for that one. Wood had a nice effort on that one, but Green, the block out of bounds. Nice work defensively by Dallas to recover after that bad shot by Irving. You're going to have to live with those when you have star players like Luka and Kyrie on your team, because they can make those. They may look like bad shots for 99% of the league, but for them, they practice those type of shots. But there's more time on the shot clock, I think, than Kyrie thought there was. And nice drive to the bucket again by Josh Green, and he makes it and just narrowly avoids turning his ankle as his momentum carried him into the Dallas bench. Nice deflection again. Josh Green. Very impressive defensively here. Hardaway jacks up the quick triple around and out. Foul here on Irving, 90 feet away from the bucket. Coach ain't going to like that one, but it does stop a fast break opportunity here for the Clippers. Dallas is in the bonus. I wonder how close the Clippers are. I believe they might be with their next foul. Irving is coming out here with 5 minutes left. Looks like Dallas is being very conservative with Irving's minutes here. Probably put Irving back out on the floor with like 2 or 3 minutes left to give him a couple minutes below. Zubac is back in. Powell is back in. It's going to take time for the rotation to be figured out in Dallas, but I think this is about the point in the game where Kyrie would normally come out if Luka was on the team. Luka would be running the show on offense right now. As it is, they're probably going to have, looks like Wright and Hardaway initiate the offense. A very limited offensive team on the floor right now for Dallas. Paul George at the top, defended by Bullock. Drives, flips outside. Morris wide open for three. Short again. Morris this time tries to flip it up around Powell. No good. Powell tips it out. Hardaway, 3-on-2. Gives to Wright. Flips to the corner. Green wide open for three. Swish. Green has been an impact player here on both ends of the floor once again. He was certainly ready for the increased minutes here, at least it looks like, with the Dallas Mavericks, with the trade of Dorian Finney-Smith. He's certainly elevated his game since the trade. He looks like a very nice piece right now for Dallas. George rises over Bullock, around and out. Hardaway brings it up the floor. Picked by Powell, gets into the lane, flips, one arm. No, that's not a good shot at all for Tim Hardaway Jr. That's not his game at all. George gets the defense to back off, wide open three, and buries it. We're going to get a timeout here by Dallas. Still a 16-point advantage for Dallas, 58-42. But Paul George is starting to find a rhythm offensively. You got to find a way to stay better connected to him on that end of the floor. But Josh Green certainly having a field day right now against the Clippers. But let's just double check and see where we're at right now. Doesn't look like we've missed anything major as of yet. We're going to double check our Twitter feed, see if anything else has crossed the... I like you can see this here. One thing that the Mavericks have not had is a player that can demand the team's attention as an off-ball player. I mean, the best off-ball player that they had before the trade was Spencer Dinwiddie or Tim Hardaway. I mean, just look at the pressure that the Clippers have been trying to put on him. If you guys can't watch the game live, just look at this highlight here right now on the screen. You can see just how much attention the Clippers are giving to Kyrie Irving as they try to deny him the ball. If Luka's on the floor there, he absolutely exploits that. And then once defenses rotate to him, that leaves Kyrie Irving wide open to do whatever he needs to do on that end of the floor. I'm very curious to see what Dallas does after this game with their rotations, how they're going to decide to go about the trade deadline. Josh Green looks very good right now. I think there is a possibility that we could see a trade of Reggie Bullock. I think the three-point shooting tonight certainly will help boost his trade value. Now that Cam Reddish has been traded to the Portland Trailblazers, I think that the Knicks could still use a guy like Reggie Bullock on their team, but I don't think the Mavericks really see any player on the team for the Knicks that they would like to bring in. So it would probably require a three-team trade. Otherwise, maybe a guy like Derrick Rose coming back the other way and draft compensation for them to get a guy like Reggie Bullock from Dallas. But just looking at the screen again, just look at the difference the Dallas Mavericks are going to have with Kyrie being on the floor and the pace at which they're playing. Look how quickly this is moving. Mavericks are usually a station-to-station type of offensive team. They let Luka kind of dissect how they're going to try to attack him defensively, and he's a wizard at dissecting it. Just the angles he uses, manipulates his body. He doesn't necessarily move fast, but he gets in just the right position to get his defender on his back hip, and then the defense is at his mercy. If they decide to come and attack him, then he dishes the ball to the open guy. If he's nobody comes and attacks him, he just takes it all the way home and gets a layup, or takes the foul. And he does take a lot of contact when he runs or when he goes down the lane, but. Just look at the difference that the Mavericks are going to have because of the shot making ability of a Kyrie Irving. I mean, they're using Kawhi Leonard right there to try to keep it from him. In case you guys are wondering, he's a pretty good defender. The one thing the Clippers do have is a lot of really good defensive wings. Batum, Covington, George, Morris, Leonard. Man, they got a lot of guys who can defend a lot of different positions there, and you can just see the attention that they're giving to Kyrie. Looks like we're back out of timeout. Green hands it to Bullock, gives it to Wright at the top of the key. Green drives to the bucket, to the corner. Bullock wide open from the corner again, around and out, no good. Rebound here by the Clippers, and back down the other way they come. Should see Kyrie come back into the game here in the next minute or so. Kawhi dribbles to the middle. Once again, 2 dribbles and the shot. I mean, defenses need to understand that's exactly what he tries to do every single time. 2 dribbles to try to get to his spot inside the arc and gets a wide open bucket. It's like they're expecting him to kind of dribble it to the hole, and every time he just sits back and pulls up. CP3 is one of the best at that. Kawhi Leonard is one of the few that doesn't get the pub on that. Offensive foul here by Dwight Powell. Trying to set the pick. 14-point game here. Clippers still within reach, obviously. Refresh our feed here, just in case something happened. There we go. Another shot there. A lot better contest on that shot by Paul George. That one off the iron, no good. Again, Green driving to the bucket. That's just Dwight Powell not expecting the pass there. I think Green should have tried to attack Zubac there. This time, Powell does get the alley-oop. He's very good as a rim roller with Luka. Without him in the game, it's a little bit of a hodgepodge to try to get it to work right now. And it does look like Kyrie is about to come back in. Nice aggressive defense here by Wright, but got a little too overexcited on that one and lets his man get by him. Flips it up to Zubac and a little tap in for the easy 2. Green doing a good job initiating the offense right now for Dallas. Pockets picked there by Kawhi. Paul George losing the dribble all over the floor a little bit. Finally is able to stick a fork into it. Dribbles around. Kawhi in the corner against Bullock. Bullock taking the responsibility there. A double. Passes out. Morris over to wide open Terrence Mann. Wide open. And he buries the triple. 60-49. Looks like we might finish the quarter without Kyrie entering the game. Hasn't been a whistle for him to get back on the floor here. That's one issue with having Kyrie do this type of rotation. You might have to do extended periods of time here without him on the floor, your second best player. That's something I think will have to be ironed out with Jason Kidd. 3-pointer again for Paul George, no good. Bullock the rebound, Wright pushing it back the other way. 1 on 5. Gives it to Green in the corner. Hardaway at the top of the key. Flips to Bullock. Looks like that one's no good either. Wright taps it out. Nice job there. Hardaway gets the long tap out. No good. Morris gathers the rebound, and the Clippers have a chance to trim it within single digits before the end of the half. Looks like they're trying to get Kawhi on Wright. Very tenacious defender. They double Zubac down the middle. Gets an easy bucket, and they're calling a foul on that? Okay. I guess they're saying Powell pushed him as he was getting a layup. I guess. For now, maybe Kyrie did get in. Yep, he did. So for the last offensive possession, that looked like a lane violation for the Clippers, honestly. Somebody from the three-point line was sprinting down the middle of the lane, it seemed like, before the ball was even out of the hand. Kyrie at the top against Morris. The double comes from Batum, but nobody gets there in time. Powell is pushed on his way up. Alley-oop try there. No good. But it will be a foul on Kawhi. Right into the lower back of Powell. A little dangerous there. .5 on the clock. Powell will go to the line to try to stretch the lead back to double digits before the end of the quarter. A half, Dallas is by and large dominated. 3-point shooting early, and then just their lack of size really, not leading to anything good on the defensive end here in the second quarter. Nice work by the Clippers to claw their way back in. First one's no good by Powell. Kyrie so far has 13 points on 5 of 11 shooting. Second one is barely on the rim and no good. And halftime, 60-52, Dallas in front. Curious to see how they use Kyrie in the second half as far as the minutes. But 60-52, again, 13 points, 5 of 11 for Kyrie in the first half. But Dallas on top with no Luka. And a good start to the Maverick career for Kyrie Irving. Reggie Bullock with some great three-point shooting in the first quarter. Josh Green, the story of the second quarter for the Mavericks. On the offensive end of the floor for the Clippers was Norman Powell and Paul George. Kawhi Leonard was able to get to his spots throughout the first half, but he only took the opportunities that were given to him. He didn't try to force the issue. We might see them try to force feed him a little bit more in the second half. Alrighty, let's double check the headlines, see if anything's happening around the NBA. News from Shams. Jaylen Brown suffered a facial fracture, an incident with Jason Tatum in the game earlier today. He will miss a little bit of time. Huh. I like this one from one of the Mavericks reporters. He's pointing out the 2016 Cavs when Kyrie and LeBron were on the same team. Kyrie was 23, LeBron was 31. Obviously, LeBron was seen as kind of the big brother there. Different kind of relationship, obviously, for Kyrie and Luka in the 2023 Mavs. Luka 23 in a couple of weeks. Kyrie will be 31 in March. So, interesting note, I guess, but it's two very different situations. Kyrie was seen as the little brother learning to develop, a championship mindset, whereas Luka is already considered one of the best players in the entire game, one of the top 5 players in the entire game already, future face of the NBA, whereas Kyrie has had his fair share of off the court issues. LeBron did not at that time. Huh. Two of the teams that just made that big trade anyway, with the Timberwolves and Utah Jazz. Timberwolves won the game today against the Jazz, 143-118. More news from the Bazaar in the NBA. The Rockets had a lead with 1.7 seconds left in the game, committed 2 fouls, and the Sacramento Kings ended up winning. Yuck! That's when you know you're one of the worst teams in the NBA. Alrighty, let's go back to some of these trades that we were kind of breaking down earlier. See if we can go through some of those, make some proposals, etc. This one's not a bad trade idea here, sending Derrick Rose and a couple of second-round picks for a couple of rotation pieces in George Hill and Grayson Allen. Bucks get a good point guard that they can use to back up Drew Holiday, whereas the Knicks get some shooting in Grayson Allen, but I don't think he'll play much in that system. We've seen what they do with Evan Fournier. I think he'll just be another copy of Evan Fournier in that roster. Giving up a couple of seconds, though, is for George Hill and his playoff pedigree. But again, I already questioned the addition of Josh Hart because of how small he is. Same kind of thing with George Hill and Grayson Allen. Again, they don't need smalls. They need to get a little bit bigger on the wing and a little bit bigger at that two-guard position. That does not do that for them. This is a trade I absolutely would not make at any point if I were the Dallas Mavericks. I am not giving up a first-round pick of any kind for John Collins. If I'm taking on John Collins, I want a first-round pick back. That's $25 million in salary that's going to be eating a hole in my roster because I can't play John Collins. Why? Because his three-point shot's at 25%. He's an absolute nightmare as far as a teammate for the Atlanta Hawks. He needs to get his head on right, and that's going to take at least the rest of the season to be able to do that. And even if he does get to that, even if he gets his head back on right and wants to play winning basketball, at that point, then you're asking him to improve his three-point shooting to what it once was, which it may do because of the off-the-court issues and chemistry issues that he has in Atlanta. Just getting out of that situation might improve those numbers. But you're asking a whole lot of gambles for a team to take on in John Collins. So looking at this trade, I would count this as like 0 to 100. 0. This is one of the worst I've seen. Tim Hardaway Jr., even though he has a bloated contract, still provides some value to the Dallas Mavericks. You can see right now he's their second option offensively outside of Kyrie Irving. When he's off the floor, it's Christian Wood. Christian Wood's still working his way back from injury. Reggie Bullock has struggled from his three-point shot, but he's still a very good defender, is sought after around the league. I would not trade Reggie Bullock right now with Davis Bertans for John Collins. That's how bad John Collins is right now, and that's why I will not go after John Collins at the deadline. Now, if the Dallas Mavericks were to try to take on, say, a John Collins and trade Davis Bertans and Reggie Bullock for him, I would then want some first-round picks back in return or some young talent, some players that I can use in my rotation because John Collins I cannot count on. That's $25 million per year for the next 3 seasons for the prime of Luka Doncic and what I have for Kyrie Irving. And you're telling me to take a risk on a player like that? I need some other pieces back in return for that if I'm going to take that salary off of your books. I don't care what Tim Hardaway's deal is. It's nothing compared to how bad that contract is for John Collins. Was that a decisive enough answer for those of you looking at this one? All right, let's check out some of these others here. Covington to the Kings. Okay. Looks like we've got Eric Gordon to the Clippers. They've been interested in him before. Rashawn Holmes. That makes some sense as well. Don't understand the Clippers needing to get Rashawn Holmes. I think there's other options out there that they can do, but the Rockets do very well in this, in my opinion. They turn Eric Gordon into a couple of seconds and Amir Coffey, one of the top 20 three-point shooters so far this year, in Luke Kennard. Really like that one. Welcome back, Charles. Yes, I'll be doing a stream tomorrow. We'll be live from 8 a.m. Central to probably about 5 p.m. Central Time as well, breaking down every trade as it happens. Well, you're welcome to check it out. We did a lot of breakdown of some of these trade possibilities out there. Broke down the New York Knicks trade, broke down the Lakers trade from earlier today. You can check out, I'll show you one of the trades that we did earlier today, actually. Got some feedback on one of them as well. Apparently there's a lot of skepticism around the Anunoby deal, but that's essentially what it's going to take. But let's go to... Let's go to posts. There we go. That's what I wanted. This is one of the ones that we did today about the Lakers after the trade that they made. This is kind of what I could see the Lakers doing after this. Patrick Beverly, Walker are their contracts that they have left to trade, and a first-round pick in 29 that they can trade as well. This would kind of fill out their needs as far as on the wing with McDaniels and Oubre, while solving their last hole remaining at center with Mason Plumlee. Your trade proposals are my favorite streams. Yeah, I enjoy those. That part too. That's part of why I named my channel the Upside Sports Network, because I want to look at some of the things, some of the rumors that are out there. I don't just want to be like a highlight show or a just pass along news. Initially, I started out doing NFL videos about where could Aaron Rodgers be traded, and long 10-minute video. Did all kinds of long time consuming work on it. And while I liked the premise of what I was doing, I didn't like the content of how I was doing it. But this is kind of the stuff I like to do. Dang, they would be losing all their first rounders. Would that make them contenders? For me, I think this would give them all the stability they need in their roster to for sure be in the play-in. I think this would probably put them into the top 6 in the West. And I do think in the playoffs, this would certainly give them enough versatility to be a contender in the West. Do I think this beats or gets them past the likes of, say, the Golden State Warriors if they're healthy? Probably not. Do I think this gets them above, say, the Denver Nuggets? I think that's very likely, very possible. I think the Golden State Warriors, to me, are one of the most dangerous teams in the NBA when they're healthy. But again, when they're healthy is the question mark. And they've had a propensity to turn over the ball. They could make some moves here at the deadline. They've been dangling Moody, Wiseman, and Kuminga here at the deadline. But this might be the year they finally actually do move those pieces to get somebody of real impact here at the deadline. They are looking for a point guard because Steph Curry is expected to be out for at least a few weeks. So we'll see what the Warriors end up doing. But for the Lakers, I really like a trade like this. And the Hornets are looking for trimming some of their salary, etc. This doesn't exactly add any salary to them for the future. So overall, I like this trade for them. Looks like we're about to come back here in the second half. Nope, they're going to commercial again. But that's one of the trades we made. This was another one. We talked a little bit about the Brooklyn Nets looking to make some moves. This was just one off the top of my head, how they could kind of get off of the Joe Harris contract cheaply by only giving up a couple of seconds. This solves their issue for a backup big man with Rashawn Holmes and gives them another wing in Terrence Davis. Not exactly a favorite trade, but it does solve some issues for both teams. Kings get a shooter that they can kind of have a shorter contract anyway than Holmes, get to free agency a little faster, and get some draft capital out of it for the Nets. They at least get off of the Harris contract and solve their issue down low. Where do I see Jay Crowder going? There's been too much smoke anyway for the Milwaukee Bucks. I still think that's the most likely destination. I just think it's going to have to be a 3-team trade. I think the Bucks are there as far as the interest. I think the price is right for it as well, but I think the Suns do not want any part of Grayson Allen. So if you can find a team to take Grayson Allen and give the Suns what they need as far as draft equity, say a couple of second-round picks for Grayson Allen, something like that, we could see something like that happen. Maybe a team that needs Serge Ibaka, they could expand it a little further, but I could see something like that happen. Let's go back one more time and just one of the other trades we just made as well. We made this one before the Reddish deal was made with the Portland Trailblazers. But I still think there's a path for a trade for Reggie Bullock to go back to New York. In fact, let's go ahead and do that one right now. We're on fanspo.com for those of you unfamiliar with it. We're going to go ahead and pick Dallas and the Knicks. Two teams that have worked well in trades over the last few years. They have a lot of history between the two. Now, a player that the Mavericks, we're going to go ahead and put Reggie Bullock going to the Knicks. Now, the Knicks would love to get off of the contract of a Derrick Rose, but they want him to go to a contender, somewhere where he has a place to play. They're not just going to give him to a sub-500 team and say, there you go. But the Knicks could use a player like Bullock to kind of give them some more wing help. I think Derrick Rose is the piece that's going to probably be traded out of this to match salary. Thank you, Charles. I know you need to get some rest, so don't stay up too late tonight. I think most of the trade talk for the night is basically over. I think we could get one more big one, but most of the trades are going to happen tomorrow. So if you have tomorrow off, make sure you watch our stream. We'll be live all day long. And if you have to work, we'll still put out short little videos while we are live. And that way you guys can immediately tune into our live that we're going to have going all day and break down the trade even further. But thank you guys for joining us tonight. Hit that subscribe. But let's go ahead and finish out this trade. Let's say Reggie Bullock goes to New York. There's really nothing left on this roster. Dallas would say, yeah, I want that. Isaiah Hartenstein's played well for them, but he's not exactly going to be available, I think, for the Knicks. I think he's a Tom Thibodeau guy at this point, just the way he plays. Now, Mitchell Robinson is basically a black hole on the bench. I don't see him having a huge impact for them the rest of the way. I think they still are going to roll with their. I'll take that back. Mitchell Robinson is not worth the $17 million he's being given. I still think he's going to get some minutes on the roster that he's for the time he's there, but I don't think he fits them long term financially. I think there's other things they could have done with that money rather than giving it to Mitchell Robinson. Think of him as kind of like the Clint Capella a few years ago for the Atlanta Hawks, when everybody was like, "Oh yeah, Clint Capella, defense, center, blah blah blah." Not even 6 months later, they're like liability on offense. Yes, he does help us defensively, but he does limit our offensive potential and forces us to play one specific way. I think that's eventually how we're going to look at Mitchell Robinson, and eventually, in a couple of years, I think he may end up playing himself out of a lineup or out of a rotation spot. But if I'm the Knicks, I might try to parlay that contract soon. But let's go ahead and stick to the Derrick Rose argument. Now, for Dallas, I wouldn't want any part of Derrick Rose. I think that's too big of a salary to take on. He does bring you some bench ability as far as the guard rotation, but I think they're very happy with Jaden Hardy right now. They could go another piece there at the guard position, but I don't think they want to spend $15 million on it. So there was some interest anyway from the Orlando Magic as far as having interest in Derrick Rose. There was some interest from the Milwaukee Bucks. So let's go ahead and include the Milwaukee Bucks for now as far as the third team. Anything here that the Dallas Mavericks could use? Obviously, they could use size. They could use a Bobby Portis, but I don't think there's any way that they trade him. And we're back for the game anyway. Kyrie has it, flips it down low to Powell, misses, tips it in, and it's back to a 10-point advantage for Dallas. Looks like we went with the same five anyway for Dallas on the floor. Irving, Green, Hardaway, Bullock, and Powell. Green, nice job staying down. Kawhi tried to draw the foul on him, but he did not get him to bite. Nice contest there by Kyrie, but a foul. They didn't give him room to land, it looks like. They're going to call a foul on Kyrie. Yep, that's what they're going to call. He didn't give Terrence Mann room to land. Kyrie's saying he met him at the peak of the shot there. I don't see that quite yet, but there's a face on the bench for the LA Clippers from days of basketball past, Brian Shaw. Remember him with the LA Lakers for all those years? Was thought as the next great coach in waiting and just never came to fruition. And now he's on the bench for the Clippers. 1 of 2. Good start here for the Mavericks tonight, though. Up 9 without their best player. That's got to be a foul on Mann. I don't know how it could not be. Looks like they're just saying out of bounds off of Mann. Basically undressed Kyrie Irving on the sideline there. Kyrie 13 points so far tonight for the Mavericks. Powell down low, flips it up over Kawhi. No good, off the rim. Mann brings it back the other way. Kawhi using that off arm quite a bit on Green. Green's staring the official down. Kawhi, of course, creates all kinds of room and makes the shot. That's only the second bucket, I believe, for Kawhi. Second or third bucket. Bullock, another three-point shot. This one from a little deep, off balance. Saved in by Mann. Off of the rim, no good. Chance to cut it to under 5 here. for the Clippers, and off the back iron, no good. Pushing it now is Kyrie back the other way, 3-on-4. Wow, he pushed the defense back with his speed. That's something the Mavericks have not had either. Stopped on a dime, elevated, and made it. Back to a 10-point advantage. Looks like ESPN's graphics are stuck right now. That's the 16th point now for Kyrie. Oh. Okay. Dallas looked like they had the steal, were going the other way, and they didn't whistle him for a foul. They're just calling it a deflection and then off the foot of Hardaway out of bounds. Lucky break there for the Clippers, avoiding the turnover. Man, a wide open shot from the corner. Back to a 7-point game. Kyrie bringing it up. He hasn't brought it up a lot here tonight. They've used Green and Hardaway to bring up the ball. I imagine Luka will be doing that primarily. Poked away by Morris. Turnover again. Man for three again. Off the back iron. No good. Hardaway will slow things down here and let him settle. Still a 7-point game here. Powell with it. Hands to Green. Hands over to Bullock. Back to Powell at the top. They get it to Irving. Flips underneath to Powell again. Underneath. Lays it in. Nice work there. Powell very active here in the third quarter. Who are the best four in the East and West? Yeah. Nice play there by Green. 3-on-1. Irving to Green. Layup. Good. Are they going to call a timeout? Yes, they are. Timeout Clippers. Another early timeout forced by the Mavericks. Nice work there. 3-on-1. Another assist there for Irving. Good work. Josh Green is certainly having himself a week anyway. Okay, so top four in the East and West. We'll do it by this, or just show you kind of the standings anyway, at least of a few days ago. Right now, the East has the Celtics, Bucks, 76ers, Nets in your top four, Cavs in the 5 spot. Heat been playing with a bunch of these other teams in that 6 through 12 spot anyway. For me, the top four though, I would have in no particular order here. The Celtics, the Bucks, the 76ers. I'm going to take the Nets out of that top four, and I'm putting Cleveland in there. I just really like the way Cleveland has built their roster. They're getting more chemistry with Donovan Mitchell, and by the end of the season, I think they will be a better team than the Brooklyn Nets. Even with the additions that they made on their roster, I thought the Nets were a very limited team coming into the year. I thought they played well above their heads so far this season. I really like the trade that they made with Dallas. I think they are a better team for the future afterward, but I still don't think that they're a better team than those top four. So for me, my favorite team out of that group would probably be Cleveland, just because they got the shot-making ability of Donovan Mitchell now. They got the defense down low in Jared Allen. They've got the veteran leadership of a Rubio and a Love. They do need to add somebody at the wing spot. I think if they do add somebody like a Tim Hardaway Jr. or a Bojan Bogdanovic, whatever they decide to do here at the deadline, then I think they'll be a significantly better team, even from what they are now. But I really like what Cleveland has done over the past, we'll call it year and change. I really like the 76ers as well. James Harden's really developed into kind of a more all-around weapon offensively, more willing to pass the ball than he ever has in his entire career. Watched the game the other night on ESPN when he had 7 assists in the first quarter. That was the first time he's ever done that in his entire career. Kudos to him for growing as a player. I really like Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks, and I really think Boston's going to miss having Jaylen Brown in the lineup. He's going to be out for at least some time with the injury that he suffered in the game tonight. But they played really well. I really like the addition of Malcolm Brogdon for that team. I think they will also make an addition here at the deadline for a defensive-minded center, maybe a Jakob Poeltl. If they make the move for Poeltl, I would probably put the Celtics number 1. I'd probably put tied at second the Bucks, 76ers, and Cavaliers. And then a distant 5 would be, for me, the Brooklyn Nets. So that's kind of your East. On the West, I really like the Golden State Warriors as the most dangerous team, period. Denver's played really well, so you got to put them up there. Grizzlies, they've shown their flaws now. Jaylen Brown collided with Tatum in the game tonight against the 76ers, took a shot. I think he took an elbow to the face from Tatum right underneath the basket, and kind of an incidental contact, and he left the game. But we'll see how much time he ends up missing. The reports right now show that he's out indefinitely, which basically just means it could mean anything from 2 or 3 games to 2 or 3 weeks. So kind of keep your eyes peeled for what happens there. Looks like we're back from commercial. Morris in the lane over Hardaway makes it. Nice shot there. Tim Hardaway Jr. bringing the ball up. A lot of ball denial right now by Terrence Mann and the Clippers for Kyrie. They're switching Kawhi onto Kyrie. Again switching. Now they have George on him. Kyrie into the lane. Flips it out into the corner. Bullock again. Zubac affects the shot a little bit with that closeout. Still a 9-point advantage. Clippers, though, seem to have gotten their feet underneath them finally. 3-point shooting starting to come down for the Mavs as well. Man drives on Green, loses his balance and flips it up. They're going to call a foul somehow on Green. Okay. Whatever. Man tried to cut behind Josh Green and lost his own balance doing so because he had to bend backward so far. And because he bumped into Green's backside, they're going to call a foul on him. That shot is good. I really like Terrence Mann as a player, though. His tenacity, his engine. If there is a trade between these two teams, he would be one piece I would really like to have off of that roster. Seven-point game makes both of the free throws. Kyrie bringing it up. Looks like we're going to have a foul here on George again. George having to be pulled back a little bit by Terrence Mann from the referee. Now they get set defensively. Switch again here. Kyrie at the top. Drives on George. Loses control of the ball. Kawhi swarms and they get the turnover. Mann drives in. No foul call, but looks like he might have been out of bounds. No. Loose ball. Green with it. It's going to be 3-on-3 for Dallas. Kyrie with it, flips it over to Green, wide open shot now, no good. Kind of windshield wiper basketball again. So Denver, Golden State, and who else? Could the Clippers be the team to beat? I wouldn't say the Clippers are the team to beat. They've got a lot of pieces, but they've always struggled to get over the top. They do have the pieces that should be able to get them over the top, as they have finally trimmed it down to 5-point lead right now, the lowest the lead has been since the first quarter. But the Clippers should be up there based on pure talent. Nice block there by Zubac. Clippers have all the momentum right now. Zubac underneath. Foul underneath on Hardaway, not allowing him to get up. And again, size being a factor here for Dallas. Their lack of size underneath. And the length of the Clippers is really showing itself on defense, too. All right, so to kind of answer your question, who else on the Western Conference side? I'm not going to put the Kings in there. I'm not going to put the Grizzlies in there. I do like the Clippers. Suns I'm not putting in there. I'd probably put the Mavericks because they're one of the few teams that actually have a 1-2 punch. If the Pelicans could get out of their own way, I'd say the Pelicans have a shot to get up there. The Timberwolves as well. Lakers have a shot now after the trade they made. But for the top four, as it sits right now, not including what they could do after the deadline, etc., I'll go 1 Golden State, because once they do get healthy, I still think they're the team to beat. Nuggets will be 2. I'll go ahead and put Dallas at 3. Bullock finally connects on another three and extends the lead back to 7. But I'd probably put the Clippers at 4. I think the Clippers are still an incomplete team from the point guard and center position. I think they need to bring in some type of a point guard. I haven't seen John Wall play at all. I think they could work a trade for Kyle Lowry here at the deadline or Fred VanVleet. If they do that, then we could vault the Clippers up to probably number 1 in the West, ahead of even Golden State. Just because I do like the size of the Clippers quite a bit. But they aren't there yet. They don't have that point guard. And that's the issue they've run into over the last few years, is they stagnate on offense, and that's their downfall in the playoffs, is they literally have to throw the ball to Kawhi or George and play iso ball for their wins. Nice jab step there by Leonard, and he makes the 3 to answer that Hardaway 3. Still a 5-point game. Welcome in, TJ. Should the Raptors sell the house? Yes. I would sell literally everybody I could, but that would start with Gary Trent Jr., then I would trade Fred VanVleet, then I would trade OG Anunoby, and then I think there's not enough time to try to get a Pascal Siakam trade done, but I think it could happen. That's a horrible offensive possession for Dallas when you're relying on Dwight Powell to drive it from the three-point line against Zubac. I just don't like the Suns, period. I think we've seen the best the Suns are going to have to offer. CP3, we saw the blueprint on how to beat them in the playoffs by Dallas, and the times Dallas has played them this year, they've cooked them. I mean, 20-point leads by the end of the first quarter multiple times. Clippers get that lead down to under 3 now. All the momentum right now with the Clippers. Let's see if Dallas can kind of weather the storm, though, in this third quarter. Wonder if they're going to use Kyrie as the way they use Luka the rest of this third quarter, and see if what the Clippers decide to do with their big 2 guys. You agree on everything else? It was tough to take any of the 4 you mentioned below the Suns, though. I don't see what you see in the Suns. You got a center who doesn't like the coach, who doesn't like his teammates on the roster. They have Jay Crowder on the team right now, who's going to be moved, don't get me wrong. But he's obviously going to be out. The rotation doesn't look as deep as it did last year. They have injury issues galore. They're looking for backup point guard help because CP3's injury issues. They have Devin Booker, who's missed some time already this year. Mikal Bridges is still a very good defender, but he's starting to develop a little bit more offensively over the past couple of years. But it begins and ends with CP3 and DeAndre Ayton for me if I'm a team looking at the Suns. One, I can exploit CP3 and I can play him off the floor against pretty much most of those other teams I just mentioned. If I have him up against Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, I'm immediately going after whoever Chris Paul is guarding, and I'm wearing him out. I'm taking him off the floor. Then you get the turnover issues because then you have to place Cameron Payne more because CP3's worn out and can't run up the floor up and down. As far as DeAndre Ayton, as I mentioned, he struggles at times offensively. He doesn't get along with his coach. They don't make him a successful piece of their offense anymore, which is again I think is a big problem. I think I think this team should be completely overhauled. I like that the new ownership group is there. I like their future if they're able to move CP3 and DeAndre Ayton. For instance, the DeAndre Ayton sign-in trade that was discussed this offseason for OG Anunoby, I would do that in a heartbeat right now if I was the Phoenix Suns. I just really like where OG Anunoby's career is at right now. I know a lot of people right now in the comment section, both on my videos and in the trades I post, are saying, he's not a star. Never heard of this guy. He's not even worth a first-round pick. Are you kidding me? He's one of the best wing defenders in the entire league. He fills the bucket up on both three-point line and from 2-point range as well. He's really developed on that end of the floor. He came into the league as one of the highest scoring college players in the league in that year anyway in the draft. And I think he's just starting to come into his own as far as offensively in the NBA. He's had time to adapt his game to the NBA level, and we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg for what he could be. I think there's so much more in store for OG Anunoby. As far as what the Phoenix Suns could do with CP3, would have loved to have them get Kyrie Irving, even with the off-the-court issues, etc. Would solve a lot of their bookmaking issues going forward as well. Would have loved to see him go to LA for Russell Westbrook again. Solves them as far as financially going forward as well. But again, I just think CP3's seen his best days. I don't think CP3 can be trusted in a playoff series anymore, unless you're using him as your third guard, I should say. But if you're counting on him to be your lead point guard, I think you're asking for trouble, and that's why I don't like the Phoenix Suns. In fact, I'll give you a few other teams I'd prefer over the Phoenix Suns as currently constructed. Memphis. Memphis, I don't trust in a playoff series against, say, Golden State, but I trust them in most other playoff series. They do have Ja Morant. They need a shot maker, though. That's the one issue they have on their roster. They need a shot maker. As far as another team I would probably take ahead of them is the Minnesota Timberwolves. I really like the additions they made with Rudy Gobert. If they're able to get a healthy Karl-Anthony Towns for a playoff series, I think they have the Twin Towers down low. They can combat anything that they can have down low. Anthony Edwards is a superstar that nobody knows about, or at least is paying attention to. Again, the first sub off the bench for the big guy, or for the Mavericks, as far as a big, is JaVale McGee, showcasing him for a trade. Hardy is in the game as well. JaVale fumbles that one, a bad pass by Hardy. Nice chase down block by McGee. That's what we're talking about. That'll elevate your play. Kawhi with it against Kyrie. Nice defense there by Kyrie. Better offense by Kawhi. I already mentioned the Warriors in the top four. I haven't mentioned the Kings. I just don't trust the Kings as of yet. I trust Sabonis. I trust Fox, but that's about it. Another turnover by Dallas. Looks like the game is starting to get away from Dallas now. They're starting to struggle with their shot. Size is becoming an issue, and they're turning over the ball. Another block for McGee. Nice work there. Hardy with it. Drives right at the bucket. Nice layup. Back to a three-point lead for Dallas. Tyronn Lue barking out orders. Again, this is the part where the Clippers need a point guard. They don't have one. Tyronn Lue, former point guard in the NBA, is basically telling them what to do, how to go, what to move on offense, because they don't have anybody to do it on the court. Hardy drives, gets inside. Oh, another turnover. Hardy and Kyrie not on the same page there. Let's see. New Orleans, would I trust them over the Suns? Probably not as currently constructed. Really like Ingram. Really like McCollum on that roster. The wings that they've got, Trey Murphy. But they are another team that needs a point guard as well. Another block for McGee. How about that? And another one. Oh, no, he didn't get that one, but he certainly altered that shot. Nice work there defensively by JaVale McGee. He's got Batum sealed inside. Flips it up and doesn't get it to go, but gets the rebound. No foul call. Very active couple of minutes here by JaVale. Kid trying to get his defense going. Flipped up and in by Powell. Hardy with it. 1 point lead here for Dallas, 79-78. Hardy with a step back three. Off the back iron, no good. Rebound for Zubac, and Clippers can take the lead here. Get some sleep, Charles. Good to see you. Looks like a charge here on man, drawn by Hardaway. Nice work there. If I'm Dallas, I'd probably take out Kyrie here. Let him get some rest. Looks like they did. Okay, they did. It's Pinson on the floor. My bad. Not Irving. See if Dallas can piece together better minutes than they did earlier in the game with Theo Pinson on the floor. He's a guy they supposedly trust, but I don't know. Man is coming out here. He's had a nice game today. Has 21 points in the game. He's been a difference maker for them, and now Christian Wood comes onto the floor for Dallas. A little bit surprised Dallas hasn't used him more in this game. He's been a problem for Robert Covington to cover. JaVale McGee comes out. But again, as I mentioned, with the trade deadline tomorrow, they're trying to showcase JaVale McGee a little bit in this game. He's been active defensively. Hadn't really had an impact offensively, but nice play again by Josh Green. Drives around Nicholas Batum and lays it in. 3-point lead for Dallas. That's a tough assignment for both Hardy and Wood, being asked to guard Paul George. They double him, get the ball out of his hands. Norm Powell, foul on Theo Pinson. Shocking. Yuck. Don't like that. Just going to double check our headlines, see if anything's happened over the last couple of hours anyway. No rumors there. Double check here as well. .27 seconds left here in the third quarter. 3-point game. Hardy with it at the top against Reggie Jackson. Here comes the pick by Wood. The switch. Oh, and he fumbled it. Lost control of the dribble. George with it. Looks like it's going to be a step back, and it is. No good, off the back iron. Jackson with it. They're saying the shot came after the clock expired anyway, but it'll be a 3-point Dallas lead. Kawhi had 13 points in the quarter. Terrence Mann has 21 in the game. Some good production out of Terrence Mann tonight. He might be showcasing himself for a trade tonight as well, even though I think the Clippers would really like to keep him. Really tenacious defender, and is able to put that many points in the bucket whenever he's asked to do as much defending as he is against Kyrie. Just nice work all the way around. All right, back to the trade we were kind of discussing earlier about the Reggie Bullock possibly being moved from Dallas. We'll go into the JaVale McGee parts of it here in just a moment. But a team that was interested in Derrick Rose was the Milwaukee Bucks. We're just trying to see if there's anything on this roster that would make sense for Dallas here. And there really isn't. I suppose Joe Ingles could make some sense, but that really doesn't solve any of their issues. I'm going to go ahead and pick out a different team. Orlando has been rumored to be interested in Derrick Rose as well to try to make a push for the play-in tournament. A veteran guard like that would certainly help out with that pursuit. Now, a guy that hasn't been able to play basketball since 2020 due to injuries is Jonathan Isaac. He just returned to the NBA action. He's putting up decent numbers, but he's only being asked to play literally 10 minutes a game to avoid re-injury, to kind of get his conditioning back into this flow of things as well. So maybe we could see something like that happen. Say, Derrick Rose goes to the Magic. The Mavericks take a chance on a Jonathan Isaac. Something like that. The Mavericks would have to, include another salary to finish off this trade. Say, for the sake of argument, they include, I don't know. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, they put in JaVale. They send him to the Knicks for extra defense. Who knows? Just for salary filler. Something like that could make it work. I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but with the trade deadline, you never know. Again, a big salary risk here with Jonathan Isaac. What a dunk there by DiVincenzo. Right on top of Nurkic. Yuck. Okay. But anyway, that's one trade there that we could see. Let's go ahead and go back out. Now that we've seen JaVale McGee be showcased a lot more by the Mavericks here tonight, let's go ahead and put the Mavericks in a trade with, say, let's go with Denver. Denver supposedly needs a backup defensively minded big man. I believe he has played at one point in Denver as well. Let's go ahead and put JaVale McGee going to Denver. Now, KCP has been a nice revelation for them, so you're not going to be able to get somebody like that. You're looking for somebody around the Bruce Brown salary range, something like that for Dallas to get somebody like that. So for me, like guy like Ish Smith would give them a veteran point guard. I actually like what Ish Smith brings to the table. Haven't seen him play this year, perhaps, but I've seen him play in previous years. Really good veteran guard, something like that. They could go the Jeff Green route. I probably wouldn't though. They have dangled Bones Highland in the past. Highland, of course, has way more value to the Nuggets than, say, a JaVale McGee. That's not happening. Looks like we're back for the fourth quarter. Paul George, no good. Rebound there by Wood. Irving is on the floor to start the fourth quarter here for Dallas. He drives. Nice layup here. Back to a 5-point advantage for Dallas. Dallas usually loses ground when Luka's out of the game at this point. So if they are able to, show some, growth in this area of the game with Kyrie being able to run that second unit as opposed to Dinwiddie, that could be something that Dallas could build on for the future. Turnover here. Green flips it to Pinson in the corner, who flips it out to Kyrie. Kyrie flips it around. Pinson drives again, drives in and gets the layup. He actually did something good on offense this time instead of turning over the ball. All right. 7-point lead, Dallas. Powell down the middle, no good. Wood the rebound. Clippers are struggling offensively. A long heave there by Kyrie. Ill-advised shot, I think. Just gives a smile towards the bench. He was like, I missed it by that much. He did get good elevation on the shot, I will say that, but I don't know. I still would have taken one more dribble closer to the three-point line. Welcome back, Sub-Zero. Foul on Dallas here. Looks like Pinson's whistled for the foul again. Who won the Westbrook trade? Let's not call it the Westbrook trade, first and foremost. We're going to call it the D'Angelo Russell trade. But for me, it's all Lakers. Lakers won that trade. They won it up, down, and center. They just absolutely fleeced both teams, in my opinion. Timberwolves didn't do too bad in the trade. It's the Utah Jazz portion of the trade that I'm shocked by. The Jazz gave up 3 important pieces in that deal that they could have gotten a first-round pick for any one of those pieces. Mike Conley, they could have gotten a first-round pick. Jared Vanderbilt, they could have gotten a first-round pick. Malik Beasley, I think they could have gotten at least 3 seconds, maybe a protected first. And they had chose instead to get one top 4 protected first-round pick from the Lakers and Russell Westbrook. I think there's an argument to be made that the Russell Westbrook market over the last couple of days certainly has heated up to where it's not about Russell Westbrook the player, it's about his contract being able to take on really bad contracts from other teams and acquiring further assets as far as draft capital, etc. At the deadline as well. But that's where I think the Jazz kind of miscalculated a little bit. Wow, what a shot by Theo Pinson. Absolute prayer was answered. 88-79. Pinson's been a good shooter in the past, but wow. Covington answers back with a 3 of his own right in front of the Dallas bench. Dallas coaching staff not going to like that one. He was wide open. Of course, he's not the primary threat on offense, but still, you don't want to leave guys wide open. Looks like another foul here on Covington, unable to guard Christian Wood, or are they going to call an offensive foul? Might have called an offensive foul for a moving screen. I guess so. But you love Christian Wood. I do too, but I'm curious about what Dallas thinks about him. We'll get some answers here tomorrow as to whether or not they view him as a long-term piece or if they view him as likely to leave in free agency or that they just don't want to take the risk of losing him in free agency. Either way, Dallas has some questions to answer with Christian Wood coming tomorrow. We'll see what they ultimately decide to do. Pinson gives to Josh Green. Green brings it across. Kyrie being guarded by Reggie Jackson. Drives to the hole. Flips underneath to Pinson. Unable to convert underneath the bucket. Short arm the shot. Wide open shot here in transition for Powell. No good. Green pushes. They got numbers if they push. Green open again, drives to the lane. Open in the corner is Bullock, who was hot in the first half, but not so far. Offensive rebound for Wood, excuse me. Green drives the lane, layup. They're going to say a foul here on Batum. I agree. Might have got him on the forearm when he was going up for the shot, but they're saying review it. They're trying to convince him to review it. He didn't get him. Might have caught him at the very last second right here, but it doesn't look like it. But he's going to the line either way. Makes the first. Back to a 7-point game. If this unit is able to do this without Luka on the floor, they might have something to really build off of for future games. Really would like to see what Christian Wood has in the bag the rest of the way. Same thing for Kyrie. Another guy I want to see the rest of the way is Jalen Hardy. What does he have whenever they take Kyrie out here in the fourth quarter? What does he have left in the bag? Is he able to handle the ball without turning it over? Can they trust him on offense? Tough shot there by George, and he makes it. The Mavericks should let Kyrie walk and get someone more reasonable money piece besides Kyrie, who is looking for the max. I say absolutely not. The reason being is that they needed to get more talent on this roster. They've gone the splitting the money up way for the last 4 years now. They split it up with Seth Curry. He was a good piece for them for a period of time. They did that with Tim Hardaway Jr. They've done that with Wesley Matthews. They've done that with all kinds of pieces in the past. And while that did make them a more deep team, they were missing that top level talent. Looks like a little bit of a soft tissue injury for Green here, but he looks like he'll be all right. But I certainly would give the max to Kyrie. I mean, he's worth it. The shot making ability alone is worth it. Tried to split the double there, no foul call, turnover. Flipped out, George shoots a three, no good. Good rebound here by Green. Slow things down here. They're going to go to Wood against Covington. Wood's had his number all night. I don't know what they're going to call here. Both players are holding their face. Covington hit his head against Christian Wood's head, and I think they're going to call nope, they don't call a foul on that. I guess they just called play on. They banged heads. You're an OKC fan, so happy for Shea Alexander to make the All-Star game. I really like Shea Gilgeous. I'm very curious to see if the Thunder are able to keep him. Their growth looks good so far, but they're going to have to keep things going. Nice drive there by Pinson. Gets a foul call on Batum. And so far through this fourth quarter, Dallas has been able to extend a lead and maintain it with guys like Pinson and Wright on the floor. Really like Wright's defensive ability there at the point guard spot. He could carve himself out a nice role on this team. First shot is good by Pinson. 7-point advantage Dallas now. Again, we'll be live for you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. through 5 p.m., breaking down every single one of the trades that happen tomorrow on deadline day. Hopefully we get one or two more tonight. We've already seen a few today. Dallas had a 3-point lead coming into the fourth quarter. Luka would probably be coming into the game right about now, and haven't been able to hold serve, add a few points to the lead. Dallas hasn't been able to do that without Luka on the floor with any consistency at all. In fact, in the majority of the games, Luka goes out of off the floor. They lose ground in the game every single time. They're never able to just keep their place. Irving kind of runs at that one. This one's put a fork in it, somebody. Kyrie gets it, drives to the bucket, flips it out to Pinson. Wide open for three. Buries it. Pinson making a difference right now. Timeout, Clippers. Theo Pinson forces the Clippers to call a timeout. It's the Theo Pinson show here in the fourth quarter. Okay. He was a horrible net negative player in the first half. Certainly earning it now in the fourth quarter here. I think he's got like 8 or 9 points here in the fourth quarter. All right, we're in commercial break right now, but just kind of recap the trades that have happened today. Lakers, Jazz, and Timberwolves agree to a 3-team deal. D'Angelo Russell goes to the LA Lakers along with Jared Vanderbilt from the Utah Jazz and Malik Beasley, giving them 3 rotation pieces to go into LA. The Lakers only give up Russell Westbrook, a first-round pick in 2027, and a couple of bench players in Juan Toscano Anderson and Damian Jones. So very interesting trade for them. For the Utah Jazz, they give up, as I mentioned, Beasley to the Lakers. They give up Vanderbilt to the Lakers, and they give up Nickeil Alexander-Walker to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're also getting a couple of second-round picks from Utah as well. Now, Utah, in return, is getting that first-round pick from the Lakers and Russell Westbrook. Finally, the Minnesota Timberwolves, they get Mike Conley. They get 2 second-round picks from Utah in 25 and 26, and then the worst of the pick between the Wizards and I want to say the Warriors. It could be somebody else, but anyway, it's another second-round pick. So essentially, 3 second-round picks for Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Mike Conley. So not too bad. And good trade there, I believe, for the Timberwolves. I think they could have gotten a little bit more juice out of that orange by getting a Patrick Beverley possibly to help out with their point guard rotation, or possibly another draft pick, maybe even a first rounder instead of all those seconds. But the Lakers not having to give up that second first round pick for this trade, not only did they get Mike Conley, or did they get D'Angelo Russell without having to give up a second first round pick, they got Jared Vanderbilt. They got Malik Beasley without having to give up that second pick. They didn't have to give up any of their young rotation players as well. So nice work there by Rob Pelinka, the GM of the LA Lakers. But Utah, to me, is the absolute loser in this trade unless they're able to parlay that contract of Russell Westbrook into other assets. They could go out on the free agent market and try to bring in somebody this free agent season. They have some good pieces left to deal here at the deadline as well. Kelly Olynyk. They still have Jordan Clarkson. They have Colin Sexton as well. So they are not a team that's going to sit back here at the trade deadline. They still have some pieces to move, and I expect them to still be active. Rudy Gay is still there as well. Not that he has a whole lot of value here at the deadline, but another piece that could move. As I mentioned before, the only pieces there that are not going to be moved at all are going to be Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler, the guy they got from the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Rudy Gobert trade. But that was the one trade today. The other one was the one the New York Knicks and Portland Trailblazers made. Josh Hart goes to the New York Knicks in exchange for Cam Reddish and a protected first-round pick from the New York Knicks. If the protection is met, then they get 4 second-round picks in return instead of 2 second-round picks, as is normal for a protected first-rounder. So not bad overall. Kawhi draws the foul there, as he always likes to do that little pump fake. Bullock unable to stay down, but a 10-point lead right now for Dallas, 94-84. Jared Dudley telling him, hey, stay down on Kawhi, stay down on Kawhi, stay down on Kawhi. I think the reason we're not seeing Hardy in the game right now is because Wright does not turn over the ball. Hardy has a propensity to turn over the ball. With a 10-point lead, you don't want to have turnovers late in the fourth quarter. Looks like we're going to have Terrence Mann come back into the game. I think he's one of the leading scorers right now for the Clippers, or he is the leading scorer at 21 points so far tonight. First one's no good for Kawhi. Second one is good there. Down to a 9-point lead again. Wright bringing it up. Looks like Green is on the bench right now for Dallas, getting a breather. Wright drives into the lane, flips up over man, no good. Powell pushing the other way. Drives all the way to the hoop and gets a layup. Yuck. And with that, immediately Josh Green comes back to the scorer's table. Suffice to say, which player the Dallas Mavericks absolutely count on right now on the defensive end of the floor at the wing spot. Kyrie in the lane, good over Zubac. I think that's his first bucket of the fourth quarter here. 20 points now for Kyrie, 8 of 15 with 5 assists. He's played well. Powell to the corner. Jackson one dribble inside, and that bucket is good. Back to a 7-point game. Paul George is on the bench right now, getting a quick rest. I think George probably comes back in for Jackson here in a moment if I had to guess. Christian Wood, jab step, but they're saying he traveled. Josh Green with that comes back in. 5:19 left here in the fourth quarter. 18 turnovers tonight for Dallas to be expected with all the new faces moving around the roster anyway for Dallas. No Luka in the game as well. Only 10 turnovers for the Clippers. Reggie Bullock read that pass and stole it away. Another turnover there. Kyrie goes into the lane, flips it to Pinson to Wood, gets an absolute monster jam right there. 9-point lead now for Dallas, 4:51 left. Clippers starting to run low on time here, but still a lot of time to go. 5 minutes remaining. Powell's played well for them. Mann's played well. Kawhi's played well the second half. Wood, I'm not sure if he got a piece of Powell or the ball, but either way it's going to be a foul on him. Good defensive effort, though, by Wood, not giving up the easy two. Dallas will take that any day. Powell, a decent free throw shooter. Looks like they're going to let Kyrie go end to end in this fourth quarter. Thought they might take him out, but to give him a quick breath around the 6 minute mark, but they don't. Looks like Marcus Morris is coming into the game for, I'm guessing, Zubac? No, they're taking out Jackson? Couldn't tell who they took out of the game there. Powell has 17 points tonight, 6 of 15. Struggled with the shot, but overall has played well. Looks like they're going to have Pinson bring it up. They've given him a lot of run here in the fourth quarter. Wood, a wide open three. Short. Really short on that shot. Terrence Mann pushing it against Kyrie. Picked by Leonard. They switch. Leonard gets doubled here by Irving and Wood. He throws it completely across the court to Norm Powell. Tough shot, tough off-handed layup, and he makes it. 5-point game with 4 minutes left. Everybody putting out their articles right now about who won and lost the trade, but that was clear the second that trade was made when you realize the Lakers are getting 3 big-time pieces for their rotation and only giving up Russell Westbrook and a first. Just yikes. Chris Paul tweeting his affection for Theo Pinson there. Did not know Chris Paul was a Theo Pinson fan. Mark Stein is reporting, along with Jake Fisher, about a Jakob Poeltl trade that would send Poeltl to the Raptors in exchange for Thad Young and draft capital. Very interesting. Spurs are seeking at least 1 first-round pick, and they have interest in Delano Banton. Okay. If I'm the Raptors, I take that deal, even though he is on an expiring deal. If you get Jakob Poeltl, that means they're probably not going to sell here at the deadline. So those of you hoping that the Raptors would sell, if they make the acquisition of Poeltl, that tells me they're pushing their chips towards the center, not trying to sell here at the deadline. So trades of Gary Trent Jr., trades of Fred Van Vliet, trades of OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, all going to have to wait. But maybe they get something done for Poeltl. Remember, he was originally a draft pick of the Toronto Raptors years ago. Sorry, I got 1.5 million messages popping across my screen at the moment. Ah! Let's go ahead and update this just to see if anything else has happened. That coming from Mark Stein, we were just talking about with Poeltl going to possibly the Raptors from the Spurs. If it's a first round pick plus what they're looking for, that means their price is starting to come down. Originally, the ask was 2 first round picks for a player that's limited offensively in my mind. Good defensive player, don't get me wrong, but still limited. I think there's some opportunities for other teams to now enter that foray for him, other than just the Boston Celtics and Toronto Raptors. There's some rumors Dallas might get in there to help improve their defense. I don't think they will, but there's always the option that other teams looking to get a backup big man decide to get, hey, one of the better big men out there. Tim Hardaway Jr. from the side, no good. Dallas coming in with some substitutions here with Powell coming back on the floor and Hardaway. They rolled quite a bit, or quite a ways there with Theo Pinson and Wright in the game. Looks like they're going back with their starters now. Green with yet another rebound. What doesn't this guy do? Looks like they're going to try to double Irving here in the final couple minutes. They're using Marcus Morris on him. At the top, again the double comes. They flip it down inside. Powell gets the roll. There we go. Nice bucket there for Dwight Powell. He's got lots of opportunities like that around the rim. Has not converted a bunch of them today. 5 of 8, 6 rebounds so far. 100-93. George getting to a spot, banging bodies with Kyrie. Obviously, Kyrie a much smaller player. Kyrie's played well on both ends of the floor. Still looks a little lost at times, as to be expected in his first game with a new team. Hardaway Jr. drives to the bucket and gets the roll. Nice bucket there. 102-95. 7-point game, 2:07 left. Green gets the switch out to Man. Man in the corner. Green guarding him all the way to the corner. Flips it out to Kawhi on the edge. Green comes over for the double. Out to Man. Had a foot on the line. No good anyway, and they're going to call... No, they're not going to call a timeout. Thought Dallas was going to use a timeout. They're going to give it to Kyrie and spread the floor. 1:45 left. 7-point game right now. This would be a great win for Dallas. Kyrie drives, gets the foul on Man. Man kind of running up his backside, tried to draw the offensive foul, saying he came back into his face. But I can't remember if the Clippers have used their timeout or used their challenge already or not. Man trying to draw a call. Looks like we will have a challenge. Gotta use, yep, the flashing light is on. Clippers are challenging the call on the floor. Alrighty. Just a few more minutes left here in the game tonight. Looks like the full breakdown of the trade was Josh Hart for Cam Reddish, Ryan Arcidiacono, and Svi Mikhailuk. There we go, Mikhailuk. I knew I had seen that name before. But anyway, so that's kind of the full trade plus the draft compensation as well. Nice job there again by Portland. They got a couple of extra players that they can use at the bottom of their roster or just cut at the end of the day. But I still like the trade for Portland even before the inclusion of Arcidiacono and Mikhailuk. I think this one should be a call against the Clippers still. We'll see here in just a moment. Call is upheld. Clippers lose the challenge and their timeout. Terrence Mann did a nice job trying to draw the whistle, but if Kyrie makes both of these free throws anyway, it should be pretty much church for Dallas as long as they don't start fouling like crazy, like Dallas has a tendency to do late in game situations. But there's no Luka on the floor to pilot them through this. This will be the first free throw of the game for Kyrie. 88% free throw shooter on the season. He immediately becomes one of the best free throw shooters on the roster for the Mavericks. He probably will start taking some of those technical free throws now. You might have noticed in some of the national TV games they've struggled to figure out who to put at the free throw line in those situations. It will now be Kyrie. First one's good. Second one is good. 9-point lead. Dallas has 2 timeouts and they're in the bonus. Clippers only have 1. Powell tries to drive all the way to the bucket and kind of clacked ankles it looked like there, but it's going to be a foul on Green. Not sure Powell was going to go up for the shot there, but he's been the one guy trying to drive things like a point guard for this Clipper team, but you can see the struggles they have on the offensive end of the floor. They're trying to use Norm Powell and Terrence Mann as kind of the point guards on this roster right now. They need somebody to come in there and kind of run this offense a little bit better and allow their shooters. Norm Powell's a good three-point shooter. George is a good three-point shooter. Kawhi is a good three-point shooter. Morris is a good three-point shooter. But if you can't get him wide open shots because you're dribble drive into the paint and then kick it out because you have a good point guard, then what's the point? They've tried that over and over again with Norm Powell, and it just doesn't work to the same effect. First one's good there for Powell. Second one, up and good. Mavericks brass looking on. Nico Harrison, Michael Finley. The brain trust there of the Mavericks. 7-point advantage, 1:30 left. Kyrie, 22 points so far tonight, 3 rebounds, 5 assists. They double immediately. They quickly get it out of his hands and back into Kyrie. Goes against George. He dribble drives against Kawhi and makes it. No foul call. Kyrie is staring down the referee, but he makes a tough shot. Norm Powell immediately back the other way, gets a dunk. 7-point game still. Looks like Green's going to handle the ball at the top. Give Kyrie a minute. Good ball pressure there by the Clippers. They finally get it to the hands of Kyrie. Another wide open layup. That one looked like goaltending, but they're not going to call it. Okay. That one looked to be 3/4 of the way down. This one will be a foul call on Green on Kawhi on the second chance there. 47.1 left. Got to wonder if he makes both of these, do the Clippers play defense for one more possession before playing the foul game, or do they go ahead and play the foul game? 106-99. Kawhi 16 points tonight, 1 of 2 so far at the free throw line tonight. A round and down on the first one. 6-point game. Theo Pinson back into the game. They're going to take out Dwight Powell. That's actually not a bad solution here because they were struggling to get some ball movement with that roster that they have right now. Struggling to find Kyrie open, and they weren't using Dwight Powell. They were using the man off of Dwight Powell to double Kyrie. They get it into Bullock. Pinson to bring it up against Kawhi. They're going to let Pinson dribble. Kawhi just tries to blitz him. They try to double Pinson for some reason. Hardaway dribbles a little more time off. They finally get it to Kyrie. They double Pinson into the lane, out to Hardaway. Wide open three. Ball game. 3-point shot, buries it. 26.8 left. 8-point lead. That's church. That was the dagger right there. George back the other way. Shoots a three and makes it. But now time starts to become a big factor here. They get it into Kyrie. They are not doubling. They're letting him get freely up the court. They now make the foul call here with 16.7 left. Hardaway Jr. to go to the line. They let about 7 seconds come off of the clock there, though. Kyrie was waiting for them to come attack him, and they didn't want him to shoot the free throws. So that's what allowed 7 seconds to come off the clock there. Time is a big factor now for the Clippers. His first free throws on the night. Hardaway tonight has 18 points, shooting 76% from the line on the year. Makes the first one. Mavericks still going to stay small. I think the biggest guy on the floor right now is Tim Hardaway Jr. at like 6'5". Josh Green maybe, and Bullock. Bullock actually might be the biggest guy on the floor, actually. Off the front of the iron, no good. They're going to call a quick timeout here, the final timeout here for the Clippers. A little bit surprised they didn't just go with that because that rebound was long. They could have gotten a quick transition bucket in probably 3 or 4 seconds. Probably would have taken the clock down to probably about 10 or 11 seconds left. But I think it's a 6-point game right now, if I remember correctly. They're in commercial break at the moment. Just going to refresh our pages just to see if anything else is happening. Looks like John Wall is out for the Clippers one way or the other. They will either find a taker for him at the deadline or just get him as a buyout. Pistons not willing to move pieces already. They have Bogdanovich, Burks, and Bey drawing interest. They could move guys like Noel, Diallo, and Joseph, however. That seems to be all the latest right now from Mark Stein. Clippers are now out of timeouts, 110 to 104. Dallas in front, 16.3 seconds left. Clippers are going to go with Mann, George, Morris, Leonard, and Norman Powell. They get the ball into George. No good. Kyrie with the rebound. They're going to dribble it out, and that's going to do it. Tough shot there by George as he tried to draw a foul call on Green with just a few seconds left there. And first win for Kyrie and the Dallas Mavericks. Nice work there. Mavericks are now 5th in the West at a 30-26 record. The Clippers are 31-27 for 4th in the West. But Kyrie gets his first victory in a Mavericks uniform. Dallas is going to have some big things to contemplate after this game. They got good performances in the fourth quarter out of Theo Pinson and Kyrie Irving. Without Luka Doncic, they get the win on the road in LA. Nice work, Jason Kidd. He's done a great job coaching this team this week. He's really earned his money. I know there was a lot of trepidation among Dallas Mavericks fans. I'm going to go ahead and put two guys out on blast because I think they get a lot of props from the Mavericks faithful just for doing a podcast and having a fun podcast live stream kind of a thing that they do now. I'm going to go ahead and put them on blast. Nick Angstead and and Isaac Harris of the Locked On Podcast Network. Anyway, they deserve to be put on blast for the shellacking they gave to Jason Kidd when he was hired, for the temperament they had about Luka Doncic when he was first hired or was first brought on to the Mavericks, and their laissez-faire approach to trying to build a team around Luka. Oh, we can take whatever time we want. I'm sorry. That thought process was absolutely flawed. They needed to go ahead and put the pedal down and try to do everything they could to improve this roster. This is the first time since the Kristaps Porzingis move that they've tried to put pieces around Luka with significantly greater talent than they had before. And I'm really proud that the Nico Harrison era of the Dallas Mavericks is trying to move in that direction, accumulate talent around Luka a little bit more quickly, more top end talent, not just guys that fill out a roster, deep roster benches or deep benches, etc. Those are great for once you have the talent already. But the Mavericks were asking Luka to do so much because they were so far behind other teams from a talent perspective. They really jumped up, their talent basis with the trade for Kyrie Irving. And while he wasn't necessarily the show-stopping guy that Luka normally is for Dallas, you saw what Kyrie can do on a team without Luka Doncic playing. They're still able to go into a hostile environment to go get a team on the road against a good team. Now that I'm not saying the Clippers are a great team, I think they're still flawed. They still have some issues that, as I mentioned, they need to solve by adding a point guard. Kyle Lowry, Fred VanVleet, I think they'll get one of those two at this point. But nice job there by Kyrie Irving. As if you're watching ESPN, 24 points, 9 of 17 from the floor. Just a pretty good debut here for Kyrie in a Dallas Mavericks uniform. But we'll go ahead and sign off here in just a moment. Wanted to thank you guys for joining us here tonight. We'll be live for you guys at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Going to try to save some of my voice for you guys. That way we can break down every single trade. Thank you guys for joining us here tonight. Hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN if you haven't already. Again, to recap the day, 2 big trades. Lakers get D'Angelo Russell, Jared Vanderbilt, and Malik Beasley. All it cost them was Russell Westbrook, a first-round pick protected for top 4, Juan Toscano-Anderson, and Damian Jones. The Timberwolves, they got out of that deal Mike Conley from the Utah Jazz. They also got Nickeil Alexander-Walker from the Utah Jazz as well as 3 second-round picks for Utah. They get the Russell Westbrook contract. They get Juan Toscano-Anderson, Damian Jones to kind of fill out the salary filler in this deal anyway. And Russell Westbrook, in addition to that first-round pick. The trade is going to hinge on whether or not they're able to flip Russell Westbrook's contract to get further assets here at the deadline, or if they just want to go in free agency and spend money and see if they can get a more representative team around him. They've done a nice job accumulating draft picks. This might be the first misstep in their rebuild process with a trade that they made today, with Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt, and Conley all going out, along with a couple of second-round picks as well. I think they could have done so much better with the assets by just splitting them up to different teams here at the deadline, rather than including them all to the Lakers. Lakers got a sweetheart deal from Utah out of this deal, but great deal for the Lakers. They still have some assets to trade, see if they do anything tomorrow. The other trade we saw today is the Josh Hart deal going to New York in exchange for Cam Reddish, Ryan Arcidiacono, Savik Mikhailuk, and a first-round pick protected. If that pick does not get selected anyway, then it will be transferred into 4 second-round picks. Any way you slice this, I think it's a clear win for the Portland Trailblazers. I think the Knicks are going to be too small of a team defensively, even though they're reuniting Brunson and Hart from their Villanova backcourt days. I just really like this trade from the Portland Trailblazers perspective. Get a big wing here, somebody with offensive upside for them when they already had a player like Josh Hart coming back from injury and Gary Payton. Kind of had a redundancy on their roster, and what a job to be able to parlay that into a guy that you get a flyer on for the rest of the season in Cam Reddish. If he performs well, you can extend him or at least hold his rights going into free agency. And then of course you get the first round pick, and if that doesn't even happen, if that pick ultimately is protected, then at least you get 4 first-round picks. And say if the deadline happens and you're just like, on second thought, I really don't like this the way that Cam Reddish fits on our team. You can still flip Cam Reddish here at the deadline for probably a couple of second-round picks. So at minimum, the Blazers are going to be getting 6 second-round picks. That's just a great trade for Portland. Great job getting off of that money for Josh Hart, in my opinion. Not that it was bad money. It's just that they had redundant money there with Gary Payton on the roster already. But thank you guys for joining us here tonight. We'll break down all the trades for you guys tomorrow. A lot of news coming out already over the last 24 hours. Hopefully we get a whole lot more activity tomorrow than we've seen over the last couple of weeks. But we've finally started to see some trades. We saw the Rui Hachimura deal came first. Then we had the deal with Kyrie Irving, couple small deals, Kessler Edwards, and the Dwayne Dedmon deal on Monday. And then today, of course, we had the 2 deals with the Lakers getting D'Angelo Russell and then Mike Conley, of course, going to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and then in the other deal, the Josh Hart deal, going to the Knicks. But thank you guys for joining us tonight. Watch the debut of Kyrie, 24 points in his debut for the Dallas Mavericks without Luka Doncic, getting a win on the road in LA against the Clippers. Nice job by Kyrie. Great coaching job by Jason Kidd. And Josh Green has certainly stepped up in his role with the Dallas Mavericks. He's playing great on both ends of the floor. He's been a facilitator for the Mavericks as well, taking a little bit of pressure off of Kyrie Irving in this game. When they get Luka Doncic back in the lineup, they should have plenty of ball movers now, even if they don't make a move at the deadline for another guard. I'm satisfied with what I've seen out of Josh Green to be able to handle the role offensively. But just a great win, great team win, great couple of team wins by the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll see what they have in store once Luka does come back in the lineup. But thank you guys for joining us here tonight. Hit that subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Find us on Facebook, Upside Sports Network, and on TikTok under the same name. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. for the NBA trade deadline tomorrow morning. Y'all have a nice night.